measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate, Uncut and After Show. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth Debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they premiere, and there's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Speaking of patrons, I'm going to do a quick shout out to all of you who do support me on Patreon. So, a massive shout of thanks and appreciation to Sven P, Curve Fart, Pablo De La Cruz, Smith Tools and Purchase, Level Plain Poem, Vitali Z, Colton James, Survive the Spin, Thomas van der Zander, Measured Flat, Tears Morgan, Mitch Kennedy, Rod, The Name's Burley, JMLs 24, Unimento, Iron 26, Retro Bill, John Kays, Patrick Gunnels, Troy Shuker, Hairy Blade, Mobile Mac 777, Rob W, Del West Watson, Unbelievable Productions, Blue Ridge Ranger, Abraham Mohammed, Skeptic 936, Texas Mike, Chayan Cat, and Dank. So another massive thank you to all of you for supporting me on Patreon. Links to Patreon, as I say, will be below this video. But with that, I will hand across to whoever is in Discord and Google, so you can enjoy their dulcet tones while I set up for today's live show.
I had like 500 people watching.
Oh, the real something or other. Yeah, I was just scrolling through shorts videos and came across him. And at the time he had 700 people watching. I'm like, what?
Jeez.
Exactly. So I'm like,
How do we get there?
I don't know. Showed my wife, I was like, check this out. 12 years of experience, 2 channels, one with almost 10,000 subscribers, one with almost 27,000 subscribers. I can sometimes pull in 50 live viewers, 50 to 100 live viewers on the main channel, and on the secondary channel I might get 20 viewers if I'm lucky on a premiering stream. So okay, those are the numbers I'm resigned to. And then you look at somebody like that who's got a couple of thousand subscribers and is picking up 700 live viewers. Like, what the hell? The game's rigged. I mean, it's not like it's something new, right? It's not like I didn't know this.
Yeah, but what I found interesting was when he recognized you, he got all excited. So he knows you. How does everybody else not know?
I don't know. What people knowing me is because of a huge amount of work keeping constant videos coming out, like 3 or 4 videos a day. When you end up with 10 million to 11 million, almost 12 million views across a couple of channels, people know who you are because they've seen you, right? It might not be that they're all there watching you at once, but at some stage, people have seen me and know who I am. It's just not the case that I will pull in 700 viewers all at once. I've never pulled in 700 viewers simultaneously. So it does kind of beg a belief when you see people like Watch Mojo with 150 people watching when they've got a channel with literally millions of subscribers.
All right. The other thing I wanted to ask you was, what time was that when you were in that server?
It was pretty. I can't remember exactly. It was pretty late. It was probably after 9 o'clock, maybe 10 p.m.
There you go. I think the time slot, a lot of people do want to be involved, but they're probably working. 'Cause America, you know, you're on, what is it, 8 o'clock in the morning Eastern time? So that has a lot to do with it.
Yeah, well, there's very few times that there's more than an average number of people generally awake across the surface of flat Earth. If you're talking about people being awake in Australia, the UK, and America simultaneously, it is the only time. The Australians are about to go to bed, and the Americans are just getting up. And for us, it's right in the middle of the day.
had also what they were talking about there has a lot to do with it too.
You don't know that. You can suspect that offering up Feast of Nonsense.
Free energy?
Free energy and Feast of Nonsense, same thing. Will get you an audience because it makes you ridiculable. And I said that was what I led with, right? That's what I said to him. Look, what you're engaged in when you say Earth's not a ball is the controlled opposition psyop version of this subject. You're not talking about geography. You're not talking about Earth measurements. You're not talking about altitude or distance or mapping or charting or surveying or building or any of those things. You're talking about the world not being a religion, not being heliocentric. Okay. So you're in this paradigm of it is a ball or it isn't a ball when you phrase things that way. And that kind of gets my goat. By doing that, you allow both sides of that discussion to measure Earth flat and ignore it. It's weird. On the other hand, being in the position to be mocked and ridiculed as an anti-baller that's talking about how non-ball shaped it is, you allow the discussion to thrive where there is no discussion. I mean, that was the conclusion, which is why I published it, to be honest, because you never know with those things. It's not the first time I've done something similar, gone on a random show, and it doesn't work out the way you want, or it isn't good sound, or it isn't the discussion you were hoping, or it isn't useful for an audience. So you just end up not publishing it. Whereas in that instance, I got on, started talking to him, and very quickly realised that he was clued up about the general discussion points, but had just geared them like you are expected to as a flat earther towards non-globe. It was right there on his screenshot behind him, which is why I wanted to talk to him, because he struck me as somebody that did understand these things. And within 2 or 3 sentences to him, he's like, yeah, what I see this to be is me giving false hope to ballers. I'm like, I couldn't quite believe my freaking ears when he said it. I'm like, how quick can you pick this ball up? Amazing. So yes, absolutely you're giving false hope. There is no discussion.
Yeah, he did admit to that. And that's probably why too. But it'll be interesting to see, because you did shout out your channel, and let's see what happens.
I mean, it's presumably not going to make a massive amount of difference. If I do go on and do an interview with him, maybe that'll make a difference if he ends up with 700 live viewers while I'm plugging my book with him. But who knows? I just saw something in him that struck me as, you understand the basic principles of these arguments in their simplistic form, and you've still interwoven free energy, Feast of Nonsense, and Earth is not a ball into that rhetoric. But if it's there and you understand it, then I would assume that this will be an easy discussion. And in some ways, I kind of wanted to challenge myself, because he's shutting everybody down left, right, and centre quite quickly, justifiably. So one guy was like, well, we know what all the territory is. We've got it on all the maps and they're all the same. And he immediately cut the guy off and was like, you don't know what you're talking about. No, they're not all the same. And what's flashing through my mind is, the first thing we did was go to the map on Monday, look how much more land there is now compared to back then. And in knowing the progression of the land masses and finding the territories as time progresses, a lot of it in recent history, you can only say that the maps have radically changed over the years. Therefore, he was justified in shutting that guy down. But on the other hand, you're like, that is so much less tolerant than me. His tolerance level was next to zero. It was almost non-existent tolerance level for any nonsense from anybody. The minute they started to over-talk him, he just shut them down and muted them and was like, I'm not going to have you talking over me. This is my show. I'm not going to have that be the way you talk to me. Get lost. It's just like, get lost, you're on my show. And now I don't treat people like that. And I'm not saying he's wrong in doing that. That's perfectly legitimate for him to do whatever he likes. It's his show. But I don't. I actually do allow people to get to the end of their full point, even if it's riddled with ad homs. In other words, I give people a fair crack of the whip. Now, I get accused of what he's doing, which is, no, I'm not going to listen to this. You've got one statement out that's wrong. Therefore, end of discussion. You get immediately closed down. I will correct your insanity, regardless of if that was the main point that they were going to make. And, if the minor point was what they led with, he would focus on that minor point and correct it. But that would be the end of their time in the discussion. Now, most, if not all the times, he did read people and shut them down immediately. You're like, inevitably I would have reached the same point just a few minutes later when I felt like I was giving them a fair crack of the whip. Now, they're still going to accuse me of, oh, he just mutes people, blah, blah, blah. When in reality, I'm giving people, compared to that guy, a much fairer crack of the whip. You know, they get to the end of their discussion, they get to listen to me, start to correct it before they start interrupting me, and then I'll shut them down, right?
That's correct. What else? One other thing was funny was, hold on, Nathan Oakley, is this you? Is this the real Oakley? You were like, it is I. Are you real? I mean, is it?
Yeah,
That's funny.
I could be salty about it. I mean, I have got a significant number of views, and I only realised that when it was up for discussion because suddenly I was being compared in that standard by Jaron. And he's like, I've got more popularity than you. Well, people are subbed. So I'm like, okay, let's have a look at these statistics. Oh, what do you know? I've got a lot more views than you. That's because I keep my, nose to the grindstone. I'm constantly working. I'm constantly putting out more material and editing videos and running live daily shows. So, yeah, I've ended up with more overall views for the amount of work that I put in. But it does kind of still pain me a little bit when I see somebody like him in vertical format, which is just straight away you're like, okay, yes, I do multicast in vertical and go to the effort of making sure I'm all lined up in the vertical view and so on. But ultimately, I do a dual stream and my main endeavours are going to be in widescreen like a TV's formatted, because that's what I picture it as. I'm not necessarily formatting it just for phones as he was, but he's formatting it just for a phone. He's making his apologies that he's on his Bluetooth speaker and mic, which sounds awful. He's got the levels horrendous for Discord. They're like barely can be heard on the live stream. So he's not monitoring it. And you're like, okay, so this is coming through looking low quality, right? No offense to him. He's just some guy who's just gone, oh, I want to go live. And he's got a channel and can do so and is technically proficient to go live. But he's not focused on the details. He's not trying to get Discord at a really nice level with himself matched. He's allowing people to talk for about 20 seconds before they start getting even slightly rude before he cuts them off. He's doing all the things that occasionally I will, predominantly from ballers at least, get accused of doing, but don't. But he absolutely is. And that gets you 700 live viewers. You're like, okay, it's just not a fair world. But just accept that. If I'm ever to compare myself in that regard, you just go nuts. But I did, and it did slightly annoy me. You're like, what the hell?
It annoyed me too, and it's not even my show. It's your show, and I'm getting annoyed for you.
Well, on the other hand, the pattern has continued since I've been doing this. The better my show gets, the more professionally produced it becomes, and the slicker our position is in regards to the nature of Earth. The worse the viewings get, and the more work I have to do. So I've
That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, I slowly grow because there's so much material out there that's trickling in views, and so there is growth. But in order to sustain it, moderate growth, I have to produce more and more and more and more material to maintain that tiny little bit of growth over a long period of time. You're like, okay, that's certainly not the pattern I see in others, and most people don't have to go from producing a video every day to 2 videos every day to 3 videos every day and shorts, and so it continues. But that's my plight at the moment. It just feels like it's a bit of an uphill struggle on YouTube. On the other hand, you're like, well, we brace against the mainstream heliocentric rhetoric, and the mainstream heliocentric rhetoric is supported and propped up on the anti-flat Earth channels. They're the ones that get any algorithmic incentive. Don't even have to be that good to be algorithmically favoritized. YouTube want to promote anti-flat / globe material. But there we go. Life's never easy. As I say, if I constantly and perpetually just compared myself to other people, I'd just stop tomorrow. Because I'd be like, look at the amount of work I put in compared to the amount of output YouTube offer me. Or the amount of exposure. It is very, very, very limited.
Like it's easy for him.
Yeah, but maybe not. You just don't know. He would probably follow the same path as I, which is to say, the better his and more refined his arguments become, the worse his exposure becomes. Currently, because he's not a fantastic representative of this subject, like I say, he's not producing a really slick show with good sound and good visuals, and he's just not doing that, is he? I mean, it's all right. It's just average. But you go, okay, well, by comparison, I could feel pretty downtrodden when you're like, okay, I've dedicated 10 years of my life to refining this subject, so I can consistently talk on it in a concise manner, overcome the objections from our so-called opponents, and stand proud producing content day in, day out. What does that get me? 10 views on my second channel, 50 views when I'm live on my main channel. You're like, that seems pretty unfair. But that's life, isn't it? You know, that's just the way it goes. Hopefully, when I'm out and about in front of people promoting my book, that will generate some more YouTube interest. Right, who's around to talk to Neil for 10 minutes while I press a few buttons?
Go ahead, press away. I'll just speak to the audience, whoever's in Discord. So the better you get, the less you get. Makes a lot of sense to me.
Not in most arenas, but certainly in my experience, the better I get, the more refined the show becomes, the more videos I have to produce to show moderate growth. Right, who's there in Discord? I haven't even stepped away yet, and there's already dead air.
Got a bunch of people in there. You got Flat Earth Cafe. You got Bushel. What's up, Bushel? Job keeping you away, huh? Surf Daddy's in there.
Yeah, dude.
Hawk, what's happening, Hawk?
Away,
Looks like Zark's off mute. Zark, can you chat to Neil for 2 or 3 minutes?
Surf Daddy must be taking care of sheep. That's what he usually does. Our shepherd. I want to talk to Hop. Hop, you available? I want to know what's going on there since I got all the notifications turned off. I don't know what's happening in chat. What's going on? Hop is away. Well, when you come back, Hop yourself off mute and let me know what's happening. We got Michael's elevation in there. How's it going, Mike? It's great to hear that you're all doing so good. Well, I'll talk to the air since there's no dead air. What I found interesting, because I listened to that, and it was like the guy recognized who you are. He obviously had a lot of respect for who you are, was willing to take the criticism that you were given, but nobody else knew who you were. And I find that strange, very strange. To me, the game is rigged, and it's rigged against those that are letting you know for sure and without a doubt that the earth is flat because it's measured that way. So the things we talk about, how we speak about it, is not going to get promoted. That's the way I see it.
No, I mean, it's not going to be automatically algorithmically favoriting me, but that's just down to me. I need to go out and promote myself and what I do. And with a product in tow, I feel like I've got a better justifiable reason to do that. And I will.
Oh, speaking about the book, did you see I got threatened? Somebody's husband's going to beat me up, man.
Okay.
Yeah. She said, my husband's defended my honor for much less. So basically it said, you better hope that I don't show him this. So I scrolled up. I said, well, what did I really say that I really was I disrespectful to her other than calling her a dumb bitch? Yeah. But I just gave her the facts. And she can't handle that. She's the one that's opening the line of communication, not me. What happened was I went to send somebody a message, and her icon happened to be right under it. So I sent it to her instead, and I was like, holy shoot. So I deleted it, and I resent it to, I think it was One Deck I was sending it to. And then I get a message, stop being a coward. I still see that you sent the message and you deleted it. So, you're begging for my attention. Then when I give it to you and I lay out the facts of what happened, now you're going to threaten me with your husband? Oh, my. I'm scared half to death. What am I going to do?
She's not going to send her legions of fans. She's a famous country singer.
What was that?
She's not going to send her legions of fans.
I guess she's going to tell a gamer husband to beat me up. And I got to be nervous, because I live in Alabama too,
Okay.
I got 3 sons that belong in the zoo. 2 of them are the size of gorillas. The other one is getting there, but he's kind of slim. But he's gonna probably crack 6 feet. The other ones are right at the tip of it. But my younger guy, he's like a string bean. But yeah, this is what it is when you want to know what it really is. It's
Touched a
guilty
nerve.
syndrome.
Touched a nerve, that's all.
Yeah, because she's guilty and she knows it's you're feeling guilty about it. Listen, that's not me. I'm just telling you the facts of the matter. This is how it went down. You weren't even there the first meeting, so you have no clue. You came in later, but you decided to, pass the litmus test that they gave out to see whose book it really was. When you don't need a litmus test for that. What the frick are you? I? But anyway, yeah, I found that kind of funny.
Anyway.
Then what else I found funny was I'll give his name because I really don't care anymore. Coon decided to say, I guess he was into you, tell me to report it to the police. He's like, oh, yeah, please, Neil, please do. We would love for you to come in. Like, is this guy stupid? Does he think because you're an ex-con, like as soon as you go into a precinct, you get arrested? I've done my time for everything I've did. All right. So, but I did. I got it on record. I had to freaking bite my tongue, but I did.
Good. What these people are doing is illegal. Harassing you, stalking you, that's illegal. There's rules, there's laws to stop that happening. Now, you may not be... I think the confusion comes from people like McToon with this ability socially to pour scorn on people who know for sure and without a doubt that Earth is flat. Because socially that's acceptable, these people feel that they need to push that boundary a little bit further and start encroaching on another man's life, harassing him, stalking him, contacting him incessantly, sending messages that say he loves you. No, there's rules against that. There's laws against that. It has to be in a protected group to be subject to the laws of the land. And they're normally based just around common decency. You don't go around contacting other men, sending them little messages on their phones, unless you're their friends. If you're doing that and you're not their friend, then you're stalking them. You're harassing that person. And if you do it long enough, you will end up in jail for it. Like I say, there's laws against doing these things. But these people don't know where the line's drawn. Like, check it out socially, I can call this person an idiot, and the rest of society cheers. It's like, yeah, that doesn't mean that you can get your binoculars out and sit in front of their house. It doesn't mean that you can be sending them harassing messages. That's not how it works. But that's what these people want to do. They want to stalk and harass a fellow man. And it's not like this is your neighbour. This is your random stranger. You know what I mean? This isn't somebody you've ever met. This isn't somebody you want to engage with. So yeah, it's like, okay, keep pushing that line. Why? Because you feel a bit threatened because your bald face's being challenged. How pathetic. That leads you to want to call up random men that you've never met and leave them creepy messages about how much you love them, talking about, what was he was talking about, sucking on people's balls? Like, this man's just homosexually stalking you. It's gross. Literally, he's talking about your testicles and how big his dick is. Am I wrong?
Technically, that's what you're saying. And he's so stupid, too, because I think it was when you were talking to Jesse Panther Lite. So at the end, you said something, and I said, I don't know, but I wish I had his girl. And he's like, did he just say he wish he had my girl? Did Neil just say he wishes he's had my girl? Now, I said it to my wife. I said, honey, if you hearing Nathan go back and forth with a guy named Jesse, and then when he finishes, I said, I don't know, but I wish I had his girl. What am I talking about? She knew reference. Immediately, the song. I wish that I had Jesse's girl.
Yeah, somebody made a comment about it. They're like, I like Neil. There's somebody that always says, get rid of Neil, he keeps talking. And then that same person left a comment going, oh, Neil dropped in a song pun and nobody picked up on it. I like Neil. Starting to warm to him. Or something like that. You're like, yeah, Jesse's girl reference. Now, yeah, I heard it, but the rule is you don't mention it. It's there for that guy in the audience to go, I got that.
Yeah, but Toon didn't get it. He got it after like a while. Then he was like, wait a second. Is he referencing his song? Could it be? Could it be? I'm like yelling at the thing. Yeah, you dumb bastard. Why would I be saying I wish I had your girl if you're reviewing Nathan going over Jesse? Stupid. And they say we're stupid.
No, these people are just stupid. I was going to say that's the conclusion. What do you mean that they're dumb? I mean, not all of them are dumb, but the majority of them are. Yeah, they're just overgrown 12-year-olds. It's pretty sad. Like I said, this is 12-year-old behaviour. Like, I'm going to go and hang around outside your house. I'm going to keep calling your phone. You're like, what, like a 12-year-old little boy does. Like, that's all this guy is. Toon's like a little 12-year-old boy. I'm going to keep phoning you. I'm going to harass you. Really? That's what you got? Okay, that's pretty pathetic. It does remind me of the behaviour of 12-year-old boys. You want to be Superman or Batman. You're literally wearing Batman logos on your shirts. You want to fly around like Superman in the ISS. You believe in spacemen and rockets. They're just 12-year-old boys, aren't they?
See, back in the days when we used to do it, we were funny because we were pulling from the Jerky Boys. You know, they would call, I'm calling about the freaking application for a plumber, right? And he goes into this whole routine. Yeah, that was funny. He's not funny. You're prank calling me. I'm not answering. So, like, you got no back and forth. And then you leave this cringe message about how I sat there while Nathan ripped somebody apart. Yeah, I'm a panel member on the show. What do you want me to do? Jump in and say, stop it, Nathan, right now. No.
Well, like he could have done. He was sat there too.
Yep. I've heard people interrupt when your language is out of control, right? And you entertain what they're saying, right? So he could have stepped in any time and said, Nathan, this is very offensive, blah, blah, blah. But he didn't. He chose not to. He chose to sit there and listen to the same thing I sat there and listened to. So what's your excuse, Toon?
Because he's a coward and he's completely in fear of me.
Well, I didn't want to say it, but yes, that's exactly what it is. So he'll hold up a globe and he'll take a freaking, like a measuring device. He said, look, I'm measuring. This is a linear tape measure, and I'm measuring around. I'm wrapping it around the globe. See, I'm measuring.
Does he know
it.
what linear means?
Yeah, straight. That's the whole thing. He wants to deceive his audience that you can see, you can use a linear measurement. I am taking a measurement without going inside the globe. Yeah, well,
So he's
what
measuring
is the
his
origin?
toy.
Yeah. Exactly. He's measuring his toy.
That's a false equivalence fallacy, though, isn't it? When he says I'm
Yeah.
not going inside it, you mean to derive the ball in the first place, so you can put the angles you measure latitude with on it as a glorified protractor. No, you don't have to go inside your toy globe. You don't have to do anything. You're not the arbiter of any of this stuff.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.
Welcome to Flat Earth Debate Live. I'm your host, Nathan Oakley, and if you are new to this channel, or you've not done so already, then be sure to subscribe. Hit the bell notification icon and join button if you'd like to become a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and keep up to date with the Flat Earth debate. If you would like to support the channel, there is a super chat that runs alongside each of these shows while they are live. There's also a coffee, Patreon, crypto and thanks button in the info box below the video. Most importantly, if you'd like to join the discussion, simply mute the page you are currently watching, then click the link in the info box below this video to join the panel and express your views on the nature of Earth. If you do join, please don't swear. If you do, you'll be ejected, and if you are, please don't try to rejoin the stream using sock accounts. You'll be warmly welcomed back on the next stream. Please also share the show on social media. Sharing the show obviously increases the live audience, but this in turn increases the chances of a more diverse panel, so please share the show on Facebook and X. Now, we are joined by Neil, click OK, and a bunch of people in the Flipside Discord server, so welcome one and all.
If anybody can correct me, it's you, because he considers you the most concise than anybody has ever heard discussing flat Earth, right? So I guess the more concise you are, the more you're going to be put to the back so nobody finds you.
Yeah, I mean, we're ending the discussion. If you're in a world that wants there to be a controlled narrative, and the way to control any narrative is to lead the opposition. So in this case, you lead the opposition into describing how non-spherical Earth is by your estimation, so that both groups, that's globe Earth believers fighting for the injustice that is perceived to be the case when flat earthers, actually anti-heliocentrists, come on the scene and say the world is not a globe. So you're holding these two things in a nice controlled arena where both globe believers and flat earthers in name only can use flat earth measurements of height, distance, parallel eye level, perpendicular altitude, surveying, building, navigating, charting, mapping, everything about the world and its measurements is kept in a separate category that can be appealed to by people arguing about whether or not it's a bleeding ball. So, we are subverting that trend by saying, well, we don't want to get involved with that anymore. Who cares if the world's not a ball? To be a ball, to have a ball, requires you measure Earth flat to create it. The invention of a heliocentric system mathematically is derived from measuring Earth flat. And it is fundamentally reliant upon those flat measurements. They are its foundations. The ball's foundations are flat. Has there been any flatty flirting going on over the weekend? Ladies and gentlemen of Discord, anything exciting to report? Well, we did try and warm up the Discord before we started, Neil. How you doing, One Deck?
Hi, Nathan. Hi, guys. Yeah, good. Everything okay with everybody?
Yeah, not bad. Everything's okay.
Yeah. I watched I think you was talking about it then. I've only just come in. Sorry. Yeah, I watched the little the clip of the guy that somebody sent in when you jumped on his show the other day. That was great. Yeah, the guy seemed to be getting the point, apart from a few little mishaps with the free energy and the lands over the ice wall. He wasn't doing too bad, was he?
Well, he understood what I saw in him was the fact that he understood the base principle of flat Earth measurements. As soon as I recognised that, I'm like, being for free energy and saying the Earth's not a ball, we're all furrowed into this arena to say those things. So it's not like I'm going to hold it against you. But if I hear those things, and I watch very limited flat Earth material, but when I do, most of the time I find myself immediately irritated by it. You know, as much as it pains me to do so, people like Flat Earth Banjo, you're like, you should know better. You've been here long enough to know better, right? Now, when he's got Flat Earth azimuth or equidistant North Pole projections on T-shirts that he wants to sell, I'm like, you're just here to sell T-shirts. That map isn't a flat Earth map. It does not work. I have personally debunked it with the assistance of people tracking the sun on a flat Earth over the course of 2 different periods, or 2 different 24-hour periods. I know that map's wrong. But if you've got T-shirts to sell, I guess you can keep talking about ice walls and ignoring flat Earth prerequisites. There's plenty of flat earthers out there that we've covered on these shows over the years where they're showing rocket launches and describing things going up and hitting firmaments. And we're like, but the altitude measurement that the rockets ascribe to its prerequisite surface level measurement is ignored. Describing orbital mechanics and debunking them for not matching the cycles of the lights in the sky. You're like, well, all of this is derived from flat Earth prerequisites if you happen to be engaging with globe believers about their heliocentric rhetoric. But unfortunately, there are plenty of people who are out on the scene ignoring just how flat Earth must be measured to create a ball to argue about how it isn't one. That annoys me. This guy, I'm like, hey, this guy's talking about descent paths and how flat Earth is being built on and surveyed. You're like, this guy gets it. He knows how flat Earth is measured because he said it a couple of times. Now, he's also going on to say there's free energy, and that kind of bugs me, but it's like, each to their own, you can do whatever you want, but if there's a 700-strong audience, I'll go in for the, less than altruistic reasons of wanting to promote my own show, because there's 700 potential audience members in front of this guy. But also, simultaneously, you seem like a good guy. I would like to offer you some advice. Not that he's earned it from me or that he's asked for it. So he could easily turn around and go, get lost, to you to give me advice, I'll do what I like. And in which case I'd go, no, fair enough. That's his prerogative. Now, he was actually very receptive to it, and immediately was like, yeah, we're giving ballers false hope. Now, I'd never really seen it in that sort of apathetic way. Be like, okay, that's one way of looking at it. I say the debate is non-existent now. Now that we know it's measured flat to create a ball, both sides must concede how flat Earth must be measured. Now, when we say Earth is not a sphere, we are, in my estimation, engaging in a controlled narrative. The way the discussion has been engineered to be argued about ignores how flat Earth is measured in a different subject arena. You've got flat Earth versus globe Earth, and then geography, all measurements being flat in all instances and without exception, separate to the debate. Both sides of the debate can use distances and altitudes and surface level and sea level without really mentioning how flat Earth must be by prerequisite and by estimation of the measurements. Nobody's pointing that out. So it's understandable when someone like that leans into the Earth is not a globe rhetoric.
Yeah, but it just hurts my ears.
The other thing was as well, sorry, Neil, how you doing? Yeah, it was nice. There was a couple of things there. So, yeah, I don't know. I mean, you're heavily censored, Nathan. We all know this. But like you say, you pointed out that guy had 500 listeners. That's the first time I've listened to him, and he wasn't too bad. Now, whether he gives the people that chance to talk a bit of nonsense. I wonder if that, keeps the viewers up, because we found, well, I've noticed that in some other servers I won't name, there's a bit of nonsense talk, but they're getting the people in there because they like to talk nonsense. We don't talk nonsense. I wonder if that's got something to do with the...
Got a lot to do with it.
Maybe.
Yeah.
We don't know. I mean, I can only look at the statistics and how much work I do by compared to the view increase. So in terms of the growth that the channel experiences here, it's very, very slow to grow. It is growing. I mean, I've never had more subscribers than I've got now currently, which is fantastic, and as I said earlier in the show, I don't survive on ad revenue. I survive on the generosity of you, the audience member, who goes, no, I can actually afford to give this guy 20 quid. So I'm going to go to his Cash App, in my case, Ko-Fi or Coffee, and buy him a coffee. And that gratitude keeps the lights on. That's what I've built up over the 10 years, rather than the ability to say to next man in the pub, check it out, I have 300 people watching. Or check it out, in this case, I've got 700 people watching. People do want to watch live. Whereas in this instance, I've probably got less than 50 watching currently. I'll go and have a look at my stats. I might as well know exactly what I've got. 46 people. Yeah, about average for being live for 20 minutes. So, it's one of those things that I'd rather have the support of people who are dedicated to what I do on this channel and their financial support when they're financially secure enough to give me that support. Like I said on last week's shows, if you've got the means to support me, just support me. Don't stand on ceremony. That's what keeps the channel going. Now, if that all goes away, so does the channel. If people weren't supporting me, I wouldn't have been able to keep going, because the ad revenue just gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. You put in more and more and more and more and more effort in terms of the editing. You put more and more effort in terms of the audio quality and the video quality, and what you end up with is having to produce more videos to produce growth, rather than it just naturally growing with the same amount of material. That doesn't seem to happen for me. Just if I want to grow, I have to put more material out to show more views relative to the channel. And that doesn't mean more ad revenue. As time has progressed, it means less, right? That's gone down and down and down and down with the increasing number of views. And occasionally you'll hear occasional YouTubers saying things like, oh, there's been an adpocalypse, or YouTube have cut the amount of view revenue and things of that nature. Well, you as a viewer don't really care whether or not I'm earning decent money from the amount of views I earn my money from or not. You just want to see that the material that you're watching is good. Quite often the ads are just an irritation, right? Oh, I want to skip. But ultimately that is a source of revenue. It's just not a good source of revenue. The good source of revenue, like I say, is the people hitting the PayPal link, the people hitting the Ko-Fi link, the people joining Patreon. That's what actually keeps the lights on, not the ad revenue. But for him, he's got the ability to at least say, look at how I had 700 people watching me the other day, listening to me talk about whatever I'm talking about. That is a very desirable thing to have from a pride point of view. But which would I rather have? The pride of saying, check it out, I've got 700 people watching. What did your show earn? $15. I'd rather have people give me $20 via Ko-Fi, and that makes it all worthwhile.
Nice to him. The book mention was great, and he was pretty keen to get you on there when the book's out to do a book interview. I think that was quite positive, I thought.
Yeah, I think people are generally a bit more responsive when you've got something like a book to promote. It'll always stick in my mind. There was a late 90s cartoon made by the people who made Spitting Image, who are still going now. And they had Madonna and Parkinson. And you zoom in, and she's saying, plug, 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 plug. And he's like, fawn, 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 fawn. And she's like, no, plug, 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 plug. And you're like, she's only there to promote her tour, her book, her new album. Whatever it is she's there to plug is the reason she's in front of Michael Parkinson. He's there to fawn and simp to these celebrities. And that's precisely what he's doing while she's there plugging. But normally speaking, it's that having a justification to be somewhere rather than, well, why do you want to come on my show exactly? Well, because I just want to build popularity. Like, so does everybody on YouTube. So you just want my clout, get lost. Whereas if you approach them going, well, actually, I've got a book. It's about to, for me, be released. I'd like to promote it on your show. Would you like me to direct you to the Patriot affiliate program so you can earn money from the book sales as and when they come through your channel. That's something that people go, oh, right, so I could actually earn money from your sales should I have you on my show to talk about it for 20 minutes. That might actually earn me money. And you're like, yeah, that incentivizes people. Now, not everybody needs that incentivization. Some people will be like, well, actually, I don't need the money from the revenue of your book. But the fact that you've got a book means you've at least got something to talk about. What exactly is it about? And then you launch into the discussion about what the book's based on. Now, you'll still got the same opportunity to actually promote your piece of thing that's being sold, in this case, a book, unlike a tour or an album. You know, it's the same thing, though. It's an item that you want to market. Now, in this case, I want to market a book, and it's something that I'm very proud of. When it comes out and people read it, I know that by the end of the reading process, whoever's reading that book will know for sure and without a doubt Earth's measured flat. Now, without blowing too much smoke up my own arse, that is generally speaking the criteria that people have laid down for me over the last couple of years. What would you want from a book that I wrote? Most people are like, I'd want to give it to my neighbour so that he can read about how Earth is flat. Now, that sounds simple enough, but you're like, well, what the book actually needs to result in that person having an understanding of the nature of their reality in defiance of their current heliocentric worldview. That's a tall order. Well, I hope when I get some feedback from it, people will agree that that criteria has been fulfilled. That is to say, it's the type of book that isn't so heavy going that it will lose the average reader's interest immediately on the second page because it's too complex. It's intriguing enough in terms of keeping people interested in the story of people's lives, individuals. That's the people who've progressed through the subject with me over the last 10 to 12 years. But also leaving you in no doubt that the measurements being argued about and ignored in the arena for the last 10 years are in fact flat Earth measurements without exception. If you are to read about how Earth is measured flat with every single claim that's ever been made about a discussion about whether or not it's a ball, you can only resign yourself to the fact that it was always being measured flat anyway. The ball belief comes from those flat Earth measurements, and Earth will continue to be practically applied with its flat Earth measurements long after you and I are dead, making us pretty much inconsequential to the discussion. Any practical uses of Earth will continue to be flat, and if you were to go out and apply anything practical to Earth's surface that involved measurement, it would also be flat for you too. But the chances are you probably aren't measuring anything, so it doesn't really matter to you. It's not going to ruin your day. You're not going to suddenly find that everything stops like they would allude with the fear porn of heliocentrism when they describe Earth not turning anymore in a hypothetical scenario where it currently is begged to be moving. And suddenly the world ends and everybody's dying and their lungs are hitting their rib cages. You know, that kind of fear porn. When you know it's flat for all the measurements that derive sphericity and indeed movement, like the Lite movement. Once you understand these things, you can breathe a sigh of relief. That is to say, it's not going to antagonise Jane or Sue when they read my book. They're not going to suddenly move away feeling like they need to hide in the shadows because they've got this secret occult information that they don't fully understand. Hopefully, my objective, if fulfilled, will be that they read it and go, okay, so it's just measured flat then, and always was. And if they understand that nothing's going to change as a consequence of them understanding this, they can get on with their day without even necessarily calling themselves a flat earther after the fact. They'll have a better understanding how heliocentrism comes to pass from flat earth measurements. So should they choose to remain with one foot in the heliocentric paradigm for the sake of social ease, they could continue to do so knowing that it's measured flat to achieve it.
You're always going to get, I know we spoke about this, I think we're always, they may read it. I think you're always going to get the people who, even though they understand it and can, you know, visually see, and after the explanations of how Earth's measured flat using sea level as the master reference and every other flat Earth elevation angle measurement ever made in history, they've still got that niggling question in their mind of why would they lie? You know, that's
it doesn't address that directly, but what it does do is point out that to reach the position we are in now, the mathematicians, cartographers, geographers, surveyors, builders, all required a principle of flatness to be capable of measurement and indeed measured. And that is not just limited to the people in practical terms utilising Earth's flat surface for navigation or building or surveying or flying or sailing, whatever we're doing currently. The history of heliocentrism is also based on the flat foundations we measure when it comes to Earth's surface also. So if you understand that, the why would they lie question dissolves somewhat. Now, it may be that people still ask themselves that question, and they're perfectly entitled to do so. But I don't have an answer, so why bother bridging it beyond the facts in the measurement matter, which is to say heliocentrism comes about by way of flat Earth prerequisites and measurements of Earth's surface. And understanding this is to understand how we have a ball to be within to project and reify a surface to be on. Now, we're not in a ball measuring angles that create it to reify the suggestion of being on the curved surface that violates the very measurements used to create the ball to be within to project a surface to be on by reification. So violating those measurements leaves you with the understanding that it cannot actually be the reified ball shape that you were led to believe by your schooling is the case. But asking the question, why would Copernicus lie? I don't think he was. I think he was trying to better understand epicycles. And Kepler comes along and says, what about elliptical orbits? And then suddenly we've got a better system with us in a mathematics that's derived from flat Earth measurements, moving in a conceptual realm around the sun that we see moving above our heads. Now, the notion of reification is to say those out-of-the-box mathematics aren't, in literal terms, capable of being reified into existence beyond the fantasy and mathematics that doesn't exist in your actual physical reality. Now, don't get me wrong, I understand implicitly that the majority of the Western world, and indeed the world at large, believe this Western world heliocentric religion. But having a belief in it doesn't change the mathematics that fundamentally require you describe the plane of reference that the Earth is suggested to be moving around the sun with respect to the sun is flat and described from within a ball that you couldn't physically ever accomplish, ever, under any circumstances. So once you understand that bit, what we can't be in a ball to measure the flat ground with the angles we have and do measure to Polaris, to project the latitude system around our flat plane called an equatorial plane derived from those flat Earth measurement minimums. Once you understand that that's then projected out onto a ball to give you a latitude system that you could only be within based on its measurement from a zenith position at the North Pole, once you understand all that, you go, well, okay, so I have to decide that I'll project that, which has been mathematized into existence, and project me out like the cartographers have projected ball presentations on toys for little 12-year-old fart-sniffing boys to believe that they're on. You're like, okay, yeah, you can do that, but it does require you doing a little bit of mental gymnastics from the physicality of the flat measurement through the projection of the Earth as a glorified projector to you projecting yourself from within the ball that no longer functions if you describe it from on it, to suggest that you're on a tangential plane with respect to a curved surface, ready for translation back inside the ball that you couldn't be in to put it in orbital motion around the sun that we see moving above our head. Now, you can do all that, but for me, having learnt about alienation and the suspension of disbelief, it takes you out of the performance. Once you understand how incapable of you being in that position to suspend disbelief where you're in your mind on a ball. I can't do that. It's a step too far. I've looked into the mathematics, alienated from the reification of being on a ball. The best you can do is this, suggesting that the flat plane that you're measuring is tangential and flat. That's to say it's a non-existent white square that only connects with a ball that you've reified with the flat Earth measurements at a single point, ready for translation inside the ball to the equatorial plane to have it match any of the measurements that you actually take of Earth's surface. Now, again, if you want to go through that merry dance, be my guest. But like I say, for me, it's a step too far. the suspension of disbelief has not been accomplished when you look behind the trap door. Once you see how the magic trick works, you don't believe that the man's really vanished. No amount of extra smoke on the stage will ever convince you that the man really is disappearing. He isn't. It's just a trap door. Now saying, well, yeah, but I can see how the trap door works. I know that he goes underneath the stage and runs around the side. Therefore, he's disappearing. You're like, no, you having to step beyond the suspension of disbelief when you didn't know how the trick was working and convince yourself that even though you do now know how you mathematically create a ball to be within, to project a surface with respect to the lines of measurement off a flat Earth, to then have the necessity to create a tangential plane, to justify a flat plane that's measured on a curved surface that you're not even measuring when you're suggesting that you're measuring it, to then push back inside the ball, to have it work with the flat Earth measurements that you took to begin with. That's you seeing the trap door. Like I say, that really does ruin the performance. When you're just off the side of the stage and you see the trap door slap shut. You can't go, all right, I still think he's disappearing though. I still think he's got magic powers. You just can't do it anymore.
Yeah, we've got all the photographs from NASA, and Earthrise. I mean, I could question all that, but people will just think I'm a lunatic if I say that's not right.
Well, the question really is now is why do they continue with it? Okay, you can say, well, why did they lie? Who was they, first of all? But why is it continuing in 2026 when we know how Earth is measured?
Sorry, Wonder. Did you say Earth rise? What direction was that?
Oh, dear.
North, obviously. No, but you're right, Neil, but we're getting back to at the end. I mean, I brought that up because that will be in people's heads. We've heard it for years. Why would they lie? Why would they lie? Even when you present, we've just been over this, when you present the measurements, they're still niggling in their minds. Why would they lie? I've got photographs of Earth. I've seen the blue marble. They can't, it's obvious, they can't, they won't, even though they understand it and can see the measurement, and even the 2,000-year-old measurement of Eratosthenes and Al-Biruni measuring Earth flat, there's still something in the head where, it can't be right, this. Even though I know it's right, it can't be right. But your answer to your question is, we just don't know why they're lying.
Hold on.
People try and attempt to...
The authorities today, the authorities today, whoever's in charge, they're showing videos of so-called rockets flying into outer space, showing you pictures of all different planets and how one day these planets will be colonized because they consider soil to be in the sky. There's a reason why all of that is being done. I can't let you get away with that. Whoever the they is, there is a reason why this is being done and why this is being portrayed to the world as what is reality. Okay?
I can only imagine they would stop the increase in third world countries. Even the terminology is like straight away alluding to what we had prior to heliocentric endeavours and the suggestion of soil being upwards in the lights in the sky that we see in the night time. Well, prior to that rhetoric, we actually did discover lands and what we now call underdeveloped countries, formerly third world countries. So we found third world countries, and in many instances they develop textiles and then have rapid development and then stand to challenge what is known as the Western world control. So in some instances they'll send these underdeveloped countries our recycling to stop them inevitably developing a textile industry. I think it's called BOT or BAT or something like that. There's boatloads of our recycling. Well, by stopping underdeveloped countries from developing, they will never challenge your foothold in the control that a world society has. If you need a way to control the expansion of the known territories, then the one world heliocentric religion achieves that with sphericity. Right? It's like in the Mercator projection being pulled down for Truman. He wants to be an explorer. We've already discovered all of the lands. There's nothing more to discover. You're like, okay, so when you go back through the history from what I have seen as the earliest map that I know of that's of any decent quality, the Mapper Monday, through the progression to the current rhetoric of what we have in terms of the continental land masses, we expand the territories at every stage in between and then stop. And then it's a ball, and we'll just come back on ourselves in a Cartesian flat earth directionality derived from a flat earth only north in azimuth. Okay, so according to the rhetoric, we now just go round in circles if we describe the great circle that's described if we follow a point of absolute direction, that's north, around in a circle. Okay, so we can go round in circles with an absolute direction. That doesn't mean that we have sphericity to the world. It means that we can utilise a system and a convention, in this case azimuth, to go round in circles. That's all it means. But by doing so, we've stopped people from wanting to discover new, underdeveloped countries, formerly known as third world countries. Well, that means that the people at the top who are in power and keeping control of everything can remain that way. Nothing's going to come to challenge them. Nothing's going to eventually develop into a country that wants to seize their control, take them to war. That won't happen if you limit the expansion of the territories. So I can only assume, that's my pure speculation, that's the only guess, and it is just a guess, it doesn't mean anything, I'm a YouTuber, but my guess after doing this for 12 years, why you'd want to retain that, is to stop people from potentially expanding the known territories and increasing the number of third world / underdeveloped countries that there are to potentially rise up and compete with you.
Wow. So you're saying there's power in land.
Yeah. It's the one thing they're not making anything more of. When I was an estate agent in my first major job, my first proper step on the career path, as they called it back in those days, was as an estate agent. It's one of the first things they showed me was a graph that plotted time with house prices. Now, you can say house prices, land prices, same difference. And it went up by double every 7 years. And this guy had the graph from like the 1700s. This is my estate agent manager at the time. He just showed on a graph. He's like, don't worry about negative equity, which is something we were experiencing at the time. Like, just stay in the house for a little bit longer. It will go back up eventually. Look at this graph. If there's ever a dip, it always counteracts with a big spike afterwards and vice versa. But ultimately, it's just following the same exact trajectory of increase without exception over a given period of time. And that's what they can maintain indefinitely, unless you introduce a huge amount of more land. So you want to limit the amount of land if that's what gives you your control. Well, what better way to do it is to say, we go around in circles if we utilise directionality in a certain way. You just go east and you go back on yourself. Therefore, glob. Like, let me get it straight. If we utilise an absolute direction of north and travel in an eastward direction in a circle, you're suggesting that two-dimensional Cartesian azimuthal description of directionality means we're on a ball? What? Okay, that's what you're telling me.
Nathan, you got Sasha all caught up.
In third world countries, topographical and sea level is to explore. Okay, thank you for the super chat.
Will you explain that, the way you've explained that, Nathan, about the lands and the heliocentric model, and, that was explained really, really well. But basically, that's like somebody, basically what you could be saying, and that we'd pick up on it if it was phrased in another way, was, well, there's more lands after the ice wall. The hiding lands. So when people say that, like not Globe Earth Dave or, Flat Earth Dave, we say you're going into the feast of nonsense. You more or less were saying that's what you think might be the case, but you didn't say it directly like that, did you?
Well, I'm saying it's pure speculation. When somebody says, why would they lie? Well, I can entertain this stuff. The discussion in terms of whether or not it's flat is completely moot now. There's nothing to discuss. We know it's measured flat. You only have to look at horizontal distances, perpendicular altitude, sea level, eye level, perpendicularity. It's all measured with millimetre accuracy and it's all flat. Okay, so what do we discuss now? Well, we can speculate. As long as we are clear that we are speculating. I have no idea why this appeal to motivation fallacy is still prevalent. I don't personally care. But if somebody does want to fallaciously appeal to the motivation behind a heliocentric worldview, when we've shown them that it absolutely without question can only exist with flat Earth measurements to begin with, and they still want to speculate about why the so-called powers that should not be have lied to them, I can only offer a speculation. I mean, it's weak. It's just something to discuss, though. Like, once you go beyond the, well, I know for sure and without a doubt it's measured flat, well, why would they lie? I don't know. I really don't know. It's an appeal to motivation fallacy if you use that as a defence to me pointing out how flat it's measured. But you're not. We're just having a discussion. So I'm a human being. I'm perfectly willing to speculate. But it is just speculation.
Well, you got somebody in the chat asking if Mars is flat as well.
Mars is a light. So look at it. These people, when they ask if Mars is flat, go and have a look at it. Now, when you see Mars through your telescope, you have monocular vision. Yes, absolutely, it's flat. You're not getting stereoscopic vision out of a telescope. So yeah, for you, it's flat. It's a light that's presented to you through a telescope. Do you think you've got binocular vision to the lights? No. You're not going to see any differential. There's no parallax. You're not going to get any depth. The inference of orbital motion around certain lights in the sky is what offers you the suggestion of 3D sphericity. Same goes with the moon with libration. But that's about it. But in actual factual terminology, you do not use stereoscopic vision to view the sky. So yeah, it's flat. It's just a light in a single lens. Yes, absolutely, like a photograph, what you see of the sky is flat. Now, when we measure the sky, so that's not to say the subjective descriptions of what your single eyeball will give you. There is, in certain instances, stereoscopic telescopes out there. But what us laymen actually are presented with will never be that. And even if it was, it wouldn't offer much use. Because what we actually practically apply to the sky is flatness. When you measure a light in the sky from your position, if it is above you, that is to say at 90 degrees to your position, that's zenith, right? If you measure a light in the same sky that is on the horizon, this direction, then what you are measuring is a sky over here that gives you a very limited angle. It's still at somebody else's zenith above them. What you're describing with the degree is what you see of that light through a protractor. Now, the protractor with its degrees on it is curved, but the sky is flat for that system to function. That light at your zenith is potentially going to move over here over time, because the lights move, and eventually be at someone else's zenith above them. For that to function, it is factually a flat sky. To have that description of 90 degree zenith, 1 degree on the horizon. When it's on the horizon, the light, the star, when Mars is on the horizon, unless you're an idiot and think that it's hitting the ground when it's on the horizon, you accept that it's still in the sky and potentially at someone else's zenith at a different part of the land. Well, for that to be the case, the sky is absolutely without question flat. That's how it functions. When you describe the curve of the measurement, you end up with this. Earth as a sphere being nothing more than a glorified protractor, projecting out the flat measurement system that we measure to the stars along a flat planar surface for a flat planar sky to describe degrees of deviation from your observation point to 0 on the horizon. No star's ever hitting the horizon, though, is it? It's still in the sky, even though you're seeing it at 0. Yeah, it's not on the edge of a protractor. It's still above someone else's head. Flat sky, absolutely without question. Do you want to hear a bit of this interaction with this guy, who's called the real?
I was going to suggest that. Why don't you play that for the people?
Oh, well, I've got it. It's called The Real Offended, or the guy that I went and interacted with was called The Real Offended. So it's only about a 10-minute slot. I won't play the 10 minutes that I was waiting to actually talk to him. I'll just play you the actual interaction. So I'll dig out a link to this guy in a minute.
please remove yourself from the Discord, please. Oh shit, Nathan, is that you?
It is I.
My bad. Your mic is a little low. Nathan, is that you, Nathan?
Yes, it is. What's your name?
I'm Ross. Is this Nathan Oakley for real? Is this the real Nathan Oakley?
What did he say his name was? Rod? Or Ron?
Ross.
I thought it was
Ross, as in
Yes.
like Chandler, Joey, Ross, Rachel.
Yes.
Yes, this is the real Nathan Oakley. You're doing really well. You've got a lot of people
You know
watching.
what makes,
Yeah.
you know what makes me
I saw
laugh?
you
though?
debate on Monday.
What?
Sorry, when he started saying, "Is your mic all right?" I was chuckling.
Monday debate, right? Is that where I saw you at?
Over 50 and dreading the first step out of bed? Watch this. Introducing EM Sense, the at-home device.
Possibly.
My bad, bro. Your mic keeps going in and out because I have you on a Bluetooth speaker. So if I ask you to repeat yourself, it's not because I'm being an asshole, all right? But is that where I saw you, Nathan, right, on Modern Day Debate?
Maybe not modern day debates, but I'm sure you saw me around on the circuit debating flat Earth. That's what I do. I've been doing it for 12 years.
Yeah, okay, that's right. I do remember you now. Okay, yeah. Shout out to you, man. Well, welcome up here, man. We're happy to have you. What's on your mind? Go ahead, share something with us.
Well, I'm hoping I can shout out my own show because you've got over 500 people watching. So I run a daily show on this subject called Flat Earth Debate. And as far as I can hear from what you're doing really well. But can I offer you one little pointer? May I be so bold?
Please, I would love. Go ahead.
Well, in my humble opinion, saying the Earth is not a globe lends itself to a psyop, a psychological operation. The Earth is measured flat. You noted flights and
Nathan,
surveying.
Nathan, that is so interesting because I think the exact same thing about the word flat. Isn't that interesting?
That's just how it's measured. It's measured flat.
Okay.
So when you measure Earth or survey Earth or fly over Earth or navigate Earth or map or chart Earth, you map it, sail on it, build on it flat.
Yeah. Well, flat and topographical would be a little bit more accurate. Yeah, to me, though, it seems like people try to marginalize the conversation about the lies regarding science, the lies regarding what they discovered in history, to people just saying the Earth is flat. Because if we are describing a shape, Nathan, right? Now, I'm not saying that everybody is describing a shape when they're asking what the Earth is. But if they are asking what the Earth is and they're asking about whether or not it's flat, that's a misnomer. Flat is not a shape. So the shape of the Earth cannot be flat. It could be a triangle or a rhombus or some other shape with a flat surface. But to say that the shape of the Earth is flat is, quite frankly, a misnomer.
Yeah, correct. Flat is an aspect as opposed to a shape. But the shape that they suggest it is, that's spherical, is derived from the measurements of Earth's flat surface, from sea level and using altitude angles to things like Polaris for the latitude system. That's where they get their spherical radius value from, by measuring Earth flat as an aspect. But you're correct. It's not a shape, it's an aspect.
Well, and I do agree with you on the fact that it measures 100% flat, yes. Everything that he's saying is 100% facts. When they measure it, it's flat. When they fly planes and they're landing, it's flat. All survey measurement ever, But that's the reason why sometimes I like to be as accurate as possible, because I want to give the trolls one less thing to complain about, So, I do understand how maybe it seems like I'm trying to marginalize flat earthers by only saying the Earth is a globe, but I promise that's not what I'm trying to do.
I mean, that's fair enough. I mean, my general attitude at the moment is to say that Earth is not a globe, is to invite the debate. And in reality, you can concede all things global by pointing out that the global system's derived from flat Earth measurements in the first instance. To have a globe, you have to measure Earth flat.
This is 100% facts. I brought this up a few times this week, actually, because people are like, well, where's your model? Where's your model? I'm like, first of all, models aren't conclusive scientific evidences, but you must understand that every globe Earth model comes from flat Earth measurements. They're just taking these measurements and re-engineering them.
Absolutely. They're converting them into sphericity from surface level. So, for instance, Earth curve mathematics, when people suggest we see too far, that irritates me greatly because it suggests there should be Earth curve in the way, when the derivative Earth curve they're suggesting comes from measuring distance, which is planar, and altitude from sea level, to pump that into a begging the question Earth curve calculator. So to suggest we've got curve is to take flat Earth measurements and put them through calculations.
I can agree with that. I definitely do agree with that. The framing of the conversation maybe isn't the strongest, especially when you consider the facts. Because every now and then I come on here and, and I don't feel like debating with people. And I'm just like, nope, it's provably not a globe. It's actually impossible. I don't even open, you know what I mean? Sometimes I do leave the door open, though, for people to come in here and try to prove me wrong. And I guess I have to admit now that, Nathan is calling me on it a little bit. It's a little bit dishonest. It is dishonest when I pretend like there is maybe some hope for you guys to come in here and prove that maybe the Earth is a globe, but it's maybe just a little bit bigger, or maybe it's some other shape. In reality, this conversation is over. It's 100% over. Every measurement ever, like he says, is a flat Earth measurement. Every piece of the globe Earth model comes from the flat Earth model. And as I brought up earlier today, ballistic missile systems, the airplanes, the fact that the compass needs a magnetic declination chart, it really is not even up for debate whether or not the Earth's surface is flat.
Yeah, exactly. So this was the sort of sentiment he was echoing before I joined his show, right? Which is why he was so malleable to my point. I kind of suspected he would be based on what he was already saying. So he's not denying the flat Earth prerequisites or trying to whistle past them or suggesting that they'll make people redundant. He already has resigned himself to the fact that there is no debate, that there is no discussion. It's just measured flat. So what's the discussion? Why ask people if it's a ball or not, or tell people it isn't one? To believe you're on a ball, you need flat Earth measurements. So why provoke people by saying it's not a ball? So the name of this guy is The Real Offended. That's the name of his YouTube channel. And I've just stuck a link into the live stream chat. So if you want to pop along and let him know, at Nathan Oakley 19 name. I could say my own channel name while I'm putting my lights on. Multitasking, definitely not my thing. So if you would be so kind as to go along to The Real Offended's channel based on the link that I've just put in the live stream chat, or if you're watching after the fact, just go and click on chat replay and it'll show you the link in the live stream chat. But pop along and just let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a nice polite comment that alludes to the fact that we have indeed shared his video on this channel, so you can find your way to his channel and subscribe, leave him a nice comment, but most importantly, do the nice thing and let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. So I'm not just saying that for my health. If you are actually watching this particular live stream now, I will keep doing this plug a couple of times, so you do have time to actually pop along to his channel by clicking on the link and letting him know, quote, at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me, end quote. That is to say, be as direct as you can. If you put a little at symbol before Nathan Oakley 1980, all one word, space sent, space me, end quote, or full stop, and then you click a little send, it'll put a highlighted link to this channel in his comment section. So that is to say, the fact that he's had a shout out and been promoted by this channel helps cross-pollinate our audiences. That's the main purpose of doing it. So if you would be so kind, if you are in the live audience, pop along to The Real Offended, let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me with a polite comment. Now the same thing applies, as it's normally the other way around that I say this to the flat earthers. In this instance, I'll be saying it to the ballers. So please try to be polite if you're one of my ball-believing audience members. Don't immediately get your comment removed by the YouTube algorithmic bots, or indeed the YouTube videographer himself, in this case The Real Offended. So please try not to be too passive-aggressive. I can only say try not to be too passive-aggressive when I'm talking about my ball-believing audience. Just try and be as nice as you can muster when you let him know. At Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me here to troll you permanently and call you in the middle of the night and send you phone calls and maybe the police. No, I'm only joking. Just be nice. Anyway, there's a link going by to him, so click on it now if you are in my live stream chat. And yeah, there's a reasonable number of people who are actually watching this stream specifically live now. There's 56 people watching, so I'm sure a couple of you will offer him a subscription. So please do so if you are amongst those 56 people currently watching. I think that's enough of me shouting out. I think there's enough of a time delay for people to go and do it. Go ahead.
Sorry, I was just saying, Nathan, it was really good to. I've listened to that earlier. It was good to hear that guy, and he's coming out with some good points that we talk about daily. You know, he's basically saying, you know, the globe model comes from flat Earth measurements. Yeah, we don't say model, but we get the idea what he's saying. But what I'm surprised at, it's very refreshing to hear that guy. Now, by the sounds of it, he's not, unless he's not telling the truth or he's mistaken. It sounded like he'd not sort of ran into you for a while, and he is talking our rhetoric now, and which is brilliant. But I don't know if he's not listening to us. He must have worked all this out himself, or just come to these conclusions himself. And because it's disheartening on the other side, because we've spoke to other people in this arena on other servers and told them how it's measured flat and how the globe is derived from flat Earth measurements. So they don't seem to like saying that and putting that point across, where this guy's fully understanding it and he's saying it with confidence, and it sounded absolutely fantastic coming from someone we've never heard of before.
Couldn't agree
who
more.
Isn't close knitted to us on the channel and listen to his daily.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I say, that's what inspired me to join his show when it was quite late at night here, and I had other things going on. My wife's putting a load of stuff on Vinted to try and keep ends met. Please support me via PayPal. Anyway, there was a reason why I sort of thought, no, this is definitely going to be a valuable conversation, because based on what he's saying, this guy just gets it. He just gets how flat Earth is measured. So with that in mind, that's a slight alteration to a rhetoric that he was currently punting, which is Earth is not a ball. That if, weaponized in the correct way, leaves it where you're not inviting people to have endless arguments with you, because their assertion that they're on a ball can be demonstrated to be required by them at the point of making their claim. So they need a flat Earth also if they're to proactively approach you. But if you're putting it out that Earth isn't a ball, it's like saying Jesus Christ isn't Saviour. You're just inviting people to disagree with you and argue with you and get annoyed with you. Does that make sense?
Yeah, kind of, but they get offended anyway when you say there's only one way, and that's through Jesus Christ. So either way, they're going to get offended. But I understand the analogy.
Yeah, I can do it with anybody. It doesn't have to be. If I say Allah isn't king, that's just inviting Muslims to suddenly throw hate and shade my direction, isn't it?
Well, it isn't.
That's not what you've done it again, but now you're doing it with a different religion. It doesn't matter which religion, right? Okay, the many arms of Ganesh are not your saviour, right? It doesn't matter.
He doesn't have many arms.
You're missing my point. You're just ruining my point.
I'm breaking your chops.
You are, and I'm trying to make a point, right? If you incite a contrapositive to somebody's religious view, that is to say, if you believe in Ganesh, or you believe in Allah, or you believe in Jesus, and someone comes along and says, no, you are wrong about that, then that's asking for trouble. So going around saying Earth's not a ball is the same. It's just their religion. Now, don't get me wrong, it's the most prevalent world religion currently. The one world religion, if you will, is heliocentrism. Now, going along to the people who've been told this in their free, that's to say they didn't have to pay for it, Western world orientated, Roman Catholic based education about Earth having a sphericity derived from flat Earth measurements, and telling them that it's wrong is akin to saying Allah isn't your Lord. It's just going to antagonise people. Now, when geographers, the people that we've said previously, just go about their business measuring Earth flat without a care in the world, and some of them can retain their one world religion, Western world faith of heliocentrism, adjacent to their understanding of prerequisite flat Earth measurements. Now, the fact that that can coexist without a high degree of strain and cognitive dissonance is just a testament to human behaviour in terms of our ability to compartmentalise various different aspects of our beliefs versus various aspects of our measurements of Earth's surface in the case of geographers. Now, that coexistence doesn't necessarily mean we have the right to smash that world of measured flat geography into the face of a ball-believing, heliocentric, one-world religion follower. We don't have to do that. Like, you don't have to tell people there is no Jesus. You don't have to do that unless you're actually looking for a fight. Now, if there's a fight to be had, then it's in your interest to make absolutely sure that that's exactly how people fight, because then you're only fighting about whether or not Earth is a ball. And if the people who are saying it isn't get labelled flat earthers and never actually talk about the flat measurements that both sides must accept, then you have the antithesis, the very definition of a controlled opposition narrative, aka a psyop.
It's also similar now, on the same sort of level, pardon the pun, when we could, flat earthers do this as well, saying level isn't curved, horizontal isn't curved. It's stupid to even invite a discussion about what level is. We all know what bloody level is. So
yes.
That's, none of that should be going on either.
Well, you're talking about a slightly different angle to the same exact thing, which is when you say this fact of axiomatic principality that we will appeal to and indeed measure isn't curved. Now, because the axiomatic principle that's going to be measured goes without saying, that's to say, if you're going to describe the distance between me and a separate point, it is axiomatically required to be horizontal. The distance is linear. That's how distance works when you're describing me and another point in the distance. That's how it's measured, described, surveyed, mapped, charted, navigated, flown over, sailed upon if it's water. That's how it's done. But that means it goes without saying that it's flat. And because it goes without saying that it's a flat Earth measurement and prerequisite, you can strap on a conclusion that's in the contrapositive to the one world religion. So when we travel a distance that's linear, it's not accounting for Earth curve? Well, you're offering up a redundancy that it didn't need. You didn't need to say this axiomatic flat Earth measurement isn't roast chicken. You didn't have to say that you hadn't accounted for Freddy Krueger. Those aren't necessary. You don't need to say this flat, level, linear distance didn't account for Jason Voorhees coming and attacking you with a machete. You don't need to say those things. But it's being offered up because it goes without saying that it's flat. Therefore, it feels right. No, you've just been led down a path where the arguments have been handed to you when you got here. And you've been told to say Earth's not a ball at the end of a prerequisite flat Earth measurement that both sides ignore because it goes without saying that it's going to be measured flat. Well, of course we're measuring perpendicular to sea level with millimetre accuracy for every measurement of Earth's flat surface ever made ever. But that means it's not curved. Sorry, why did you add that bit on the end? Well, it just felt right. It wasn't necessary. So it's just measured flat then? Yeah, that's right, it's just measured flat. Goes without saying even. All right, we'll get the last couple of minutes of this. If you're going to create any model, you'll derive it in the first instance from flat Earth measurements. Well, what I'll do, I'll put a link to your channel. I'll trim this out, this conversation. And so you say it verbally. What's the name of your YouTube channel?
There are moments you remember all.
Ads. Hopefully skippable. Probably not, as there's two of them.
Life well traveled.
Retainer again. Just water and the touch of a button. Outdated cleaning method.
It's Real Offended. Yeah, Real Offended is the name of my YouTube channel. I debated a few times on Modern Day Debate. That's how I saw you, and a lot of people saw me on there, man. So you're welcome up here anytime. If you ever see me up here and I say something wrong, I would love for you to come up here. And if anybody can come up here and challenge me, you're the guy. So
on the contrary,
to be able to come.
I don't think you've said anything wrong. Far from it. You're going along with the rhetoric that is engineered to say Earth's not a globe when the creation of a globe comes from flat Earth measurements. As you've got so many people on your show, do you mind if I shout out my channel?
Of course. Please shout out your channel. Go ahead.
Thank you very much. So my channel's called Nathan Oakley 1980, and other than a bit of formality, us thanking each other, that's pretty much it.
When did this happen?
Yesterday, I think. So yeah, check him out. I've put a link in the YouTube live stream chat. It's scrolling by on screen as well. If you're watching after the fact, just click on where it says chat, and then if you're on a mobile device, just scroll along and then it'll give you live chat replay. Click on that and it'll bring it up as a column with the live chat replay link, so you can go and subscribe to The Real Offended. Let him know at Nathan Oakley 1980 sent me. That's it, we're done.
Have any of you guys heard of it? It's surprising none of us have heard of this guy, you know, because he's in the arena. He's been on the modern day debates, and usually Neil sort of knows a lot of these people. I come across them now and again. So surprising we don't sort of know the guy, really.
Not surprising at all. We're completely censored from each other and everybody. It's like, what? You're shocked that somebody who does the exact same job as you in the exact same arena, covering the exact same subject with the exact same arguments, you've never heard of. Yeah, shocking, isn't it? Yeah, it's because we're heavily censored. Now, will he and I know exactly who Dave McKeegan is? Oh, absolutely. Why? Well, because both of us will have been presented him at nausea. Even if you say not interested, it'll still present it to you. Because that's the rhetoric they want to push. They want to push anti-globe and globe rhetoric in opposition with one another. Now, he happens to sit in the anti-globe. He's got it on screen, Earth, not a globe. So he sits nicely into the flat Earth, in name only, actually heliocentrism, versus anti-flat Earth rhetoric. The controlled narrative, the psychological operation, if you want to call it that. Give him 700 live viewers. Anyway, not that I'm bitter, I am extremely grateful to all of you who have supported me. So a couple of days ago I did a shout out and said, if you have the financial means to support me, that is what keeps the lights on. So the fact this channel is going is only a testament to the people who don't stand on ceremony. Click the PayPal link or the Ko-Fi link or become a patron and support this channel in that way. So, like I say, a massive thank you. There's been several people who have supported me via the Ko-Fi link and PayPal link, and over the last previous weeks, a few people have become patrons. So I'm extremely grateful for that financial support. It means that I don't have to bleat and moan about not having huge numbers of live stream viewers currently. I don't need them. I've got an extremely supportive audience who do financially support me when they have the means to do so. Obviously, if you don't have the means to do so, don't support me financially. I wouldn't expect in these difficult times people to be giving money that they don't have. But what you can do is go to my short section on my Nathan Oakley 1980 homepage, and then from the shorts videos, pick one that you like the look of and share it with a friend. They've all been heavily sanitized and made to be as concise and as consistent as you could possibly want from a previously endlessly discussed feast of nonsense perspective, where I incorporate the previously argued about at length feast of nonsense argumentation incorporated with flat earth prerequisites, as we've been discussing on this and many previous shows of late. So go and share one of the shorts videos if indeed you can't afford to support me financially. If you do have the means to support me financially, that's the only reason this channel exists. So if you like what I'm doing, don't stand on ceremony if you can actually afford to give me a donation via PayPal or Coffee, or indeed become a patron, because those are the things that are keeping the show going and have done for the last 10 or 12 years. So I'm very grateful to those of you who have recently supported me. Thank you very much. I do always endeavour to send a reply directly to each of you who've sent me a message, and indeed some money recently. So thank you very much. If you are one of those people, you should have had a reply from me saying thank you. And indeed, if you endeavour to support me moving forward after this particular shout out, you'll also get a nice thank you. Also, it's really nice to read the messages. So 9 times out of 10, I mean, obviously there is 1 in 10 people that just literally send me money and don't have any message attached to it. But like with Super Chats, with the PayPal and Coffee link, there's the ability to send me a message. And it normally comes with words of high degrees of encouragement. Like, I really like what you're doing. You've opened my eyes to this particular piece of information. Thank you very much. Here's my response to you calling out to get financial support via your PayPal and Coffee link. And thank you very much for all your kind messages. Obviously, I read them all. You're getting replies to them. But it is really nice to read them. It's really uplifting. And more so than having hundreds or if not thousands of people watching live at any given time. I'd rather have it the way that it is. That is to say that people who genuinely value what I do, offering me financial support rather than me making my coin from ad revenue. This is the better way round. It validates me as a person and a YouTuber more, getting a decent community together that will support me financially rather than building up a subscriber base that generates tens, if not hundreds of thousands of views, therefore decent ad revenue. So, I'd rather have it this way round. So thank you very much if you've recently supported me. We're pretty much at the end of this live stream. Go ahead.
I'm trying to put it in an analogy with the Emperor's New Clothes. The rhetoric that you're talking about would be like there's a group that says the Emperor does not have magical clothes that only the intelligent can see. And then there's those that say the Emperor does have those clothes. Is that what you're saying? The
That's brilliant. Yes.
Is?
You want me to expand on that? Because that's brilliant.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Where I say it's a psyop, a controlled opposition narrative, right? Do you want the Emperor to walk out in front of all of the people and have everybody around say he's naked? No. You don't want anybody to say he's naked. If there's going to be a discussion about it at all, you want to control not only the side that you have created, the rhetoric that he's got invisible clothes that only the intellectuals can see. You also want to control the narrative that says he's not wearing invisible clothes that only the intellectuals can see. Yeah. So you've got, I say he is wearing invisible clothes. No, I say he is not wearing invisible clothes. Therefore, it's whether or not he has invisible... He's just naked. He's got his penis out. We can all see it. Right? You don't want anybody to say that. No, you're supposed to say he's not got invisible clothes. Because then the invisible clothes aspect is the only bit that gets argued about. Yeah? Controlling the narrative, controlling the opposition and their argument points. Don't say it's flat. Everybody needs it to be measured flat. That can be left without saying over here in geography. You need to say it's not a ball. Go ahead, Rondick.
I was just saying, I see what you mean now.
Right, any more before I round out the live stream?
Yeah, what happened was, Nathan, you became too high-tech. Such a great show. Sound and everything is great. You got to go back to, like, the beginning. Have your show sound crappy. Talk about the Feast of Nonsense. Boom, you'll have 1,000 viewers watching it once.
if I talk about ice walls and reptilians.
Yeah, but it has to be on a crappy system, like...
and the Anunnaki.
And the Anunnaki? Go ahead, John.
I was going to say, can you keep that in context of the measurements and how it's being used to create the argument?
That's what I'm trying to do now. It's just not helping my viewing ratings. Like I say, I'd rather have it the way. I'm not going to bleat and moan about it. So long as the lights are on, I'm pretty happy, right? Occasionally I'll get a little bit desperate. But the rhetoric is what it is. And that is what I'm trying to display. The fact that our opponents require flat earth prerequisites to believe they're on a ball is kind of where I want to be at. Not saying, well, the controlled opposition narrative of an ice wall requires flat earth prerequisites in the horizontal. I mean, I have actually done that on literally today's show. But, dabbling in the Feast of Nonsense occasionally is not going to grow the channel. Being 2 feet in the deep end of the shit that is Feast of Nonsense rhetoric. That is what you are when you first get here. And moreover, you'll want to talk about 9/11 truth or silicon trees. Any more for anyone?
Silicon trees?
Yeah, silicon trees. There's Mandela effect, no forests on a flat earth, the Anunnaki, fallen angels, Noah's Ark, narcissism, that's reptilians, clone centers. What else we got? Free energy, the ether sensation.
Free energy, that's what I need. I want free energy to be a reality. That's something I will back up. Who's going to discover it? Somebody, please.
With this, we could keep people dangling on a little string forever with the offerance of free energy just over the rainbow.
Refracted's with me. Refracted, we got to get behind this, bro. We got to get this free energy thing going.
Yeah, well, I tried to do the Ratia, the opposite of ether, where it's a solid background that, like a circuitry in place. It's like you're watching a computer screen, and points intersection are created, but nobody get behind that.
You've got the sun, that's the live feed, and the moon's the neutral. And that is the energy. It just, and he's got it plugs into the earth and gives you free energy. I mean, well, you know this.
That is the real meaning behind the Cavendish experiment. It's actually demonstrating the free energy that the air contains when you consider the background solid medium that offers the potential differential that is inducing that effect in the Cavendish experiment. So, we were on the cusp of free energy. Now give me money.
Yeah, the concept that light's a wave is just completely wrong. It's particles, but it's a solid background medium that the particles are expressing themselves upon. Can't believe these people have missed it. It's the Ratia, not the ether.
The Ratia?
Yeah, we're not supposed to talk about this. This is behind the wall. Only certain people should be listening to this, and there's a payment wall, remember?
Ratia is just one of those flatbreads, isn't it?
Roti. No, that's roti. Roti. You have roti with some nice chicken curry or lamb curry. One deck knows what I'm talking about. Although you used to have a different roti. You used to probably have that flatbread.
Point of.
Yeah, I have it with
hold on.
Background
One deck,
medium.
These guys are trying to hide it. You're trying to hide it. You're trying to keep the Ratia out of it. Just because it's ether spelled backwards doesn't mean that y'all have to try to censor it.
I like to smear up some Hamas with it. Delicious.
Now, hold on. The roti you're talking about, is it just the plain flour that they make into a flat type of bread? Or does it have the dal inside of it?
No, we're talking about
the crushed peas?
The differential free energy that's offered from the solid background. Neil, what are you talking about? I don't know what you're talking about.
Talking about roti, the stuff you eat.
He's trying to censor the Ratia is what he's doing.
Yeah, he's censoring the Ratia.
Right. Listen, I need it more than ever.
Got free energy. It's just around the corner. Just need to donate to me, Neil, and it's just around the corner, I promise.
No. Yeah. Listen, that I remember when Witcher first talked about it, and 10th Man said, look, when you discover it, let me know. I'm all for it. When you find it, let me know. Just find it before 4 o'clock today, please.
Well, you got a bill due.
Yeah, I extended it, and I'm at my extension, so just find it by 4 o'clock, and everything will be good. I'll sign right up for it.
I see. Very interesting stuff.
Well, it's just what's happening in America right now. It's all over the place. It's not, it's not uncommon. This is like a normal thing. I go through freaking years just juggling, getting extensions, meeting extensions. It's like a juggling effect. There's not enough money coming in because the inflation went so high and the salaries didn't go up with it. So it's going to be a constant trying to climb out of a hole type thing. That's what's going on in working class America right now.
Yes, everybody's feeling the pinch.
They wouldn't if they would just fund my Ratia project.
Okay, so how do we get it off the ground, John? Give me the outline of this Ratia program.
Well, given that we know the Ratia exists, it's really about understanding how to control the effects of it, which we're going to need particle accelerators. It's just, there's going to be quite a bit of money to get this for free.
Oh, so that's what it is. There's going to be quite a bit of money to sink into this project to get everybody free energy. I get it.
Energy is free. It's just whether you choose to pay for it or not.
Exactly.
Well, down in Brooklyn,
On deck understands.
listen, in Brooklyn, this is what they used to do. And you used to see like the orange extension cords. You would see them going from a telephone pole, right? There would be people would throw like carpets, indoor, outdoor carpets on top of it, but it was going right to the house. And they were feeding off the freaking light pole just to get electric in the house.
It's graceful.
I seen a homeless guy that had electricity in his box. He had a box house. He made it out of cardboard, had a TV and everything. And he was running his freaking extension to the light pole. It's insane what they do here. Well, not here in New York, I'm talking about.
I'm going to play us out with the ether sensation.
Without protestation or procrastination, and at no risk of demonetization. The ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration and a perturbation in the variation of a background radiation. When we view illumination, there is no postulation in my verbal masturbation, because perception of the visualization of light emanation in a rotation, toroidation, and magnetization through vacuum evacuation show the Maxwellization propagation with the motion demonstration phase quantization via quantum induction validation.
Right, with that, I'm going to say another huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's live show possible. If you're watching this on either Nathan Oakley 1980 or Nathan Oakley Premium streams, however, stay tuned as there will be an after show to follow.
Anything else, but don't say flat.
Do you want to hear another one?
Was it good? Is that a new version you did, Nathan?
No, these were all the original versions. I just picked out the two that I thought were best, but I did about 5 or 6 of them, and I retained all of them. Do you want to hear another one?
Yeah.
The ether sensation is the manifestation of the vibration when viewing libration and the perturbation in the variation of a background radiation when we view illumination. There is no postulation in my verbal masturbation, because perception of the visualization of light emanation in a rotation, toroidation of magnetization through vacuum evacuation showed the Maxwellization propagation with a motion demonstration phase quantization via quantum induction validation where we view the Michelson.
Cool, huh?
That was good. I don't know. I finished there.
Yeah, very good.
Reminds me a bit. Is it Amy Winehouse twist on that? What?
I don't know. They're just stealing everything, right? They scrape every song ever made and then rip it off. So probably.
Is that AI putting the ether to a song?
Yeah, so I just give it the lyrics and a few pointers about how I want the song to be arranged. So you give it a bit of a salsa vibe, give it a bit of a rap vibe, give it a bit of a rock vibe. You know, you just ask it what you want it to kind of come out with. And after,
I'm getting tired of this AI shit. I get a big fight over this because my son is going on a freaking interview tomorrow. My wife is telling him, well, go to AI and ask AI how the questions. Why does he have to ask? First of all, don't we teach AI what to say? I remember you saying that, Nathan. certain things you're teaching AI when they give you these tests. How many street lights? So why does my son have to go to an AI to figure out how to do a freaking interview?
Yeah, it's Google Car, whatever the automated cars that they're producing are. They're training their AI algorithm with CAPTCHA. So when you go in and tell it this is a motorcycle, you're not just passing the security, you're also teaching an AI algorithm and what is what.
Yeah, so my point is, why does my son have to go look at a video to see how an interview goes, what questions are asked? I mean, what's going on here?
I mean, it is nice to be armed. I mean, that's something I used to do. So if you know the general gist of what they're looking for, there's only really 4 things you need to know if you're looking for a job. When they're looking for you, they'll be looking at 4 different aspects: skills, personality, qualifications, and experience. That's what they're looking at.
Okay. Now, what if they say, here, I'm going to give you this. Are you a team player? Okay. I say, yeah, I'm a team player. Hold on. Now, what if in the lunchroom, everybody is upset with the leadership there? Do I line up with them? You want me to be a team player, right? They're planning on overthrowing the company. Should I join that team?
That's not how people interview.
Questions are flawed.
I mean, the way people interview is, do you have the skills to do this job? That's the first thing. The next thing they assess is, do we like you? Do you have a good personality? Now, if it's a specific job that has certain qualifications required, they'll check those to see if they actually are adhered to. But these are actually less important than them knowing that you've got the skills to do the job and them liking you. Those are the 2 most important things. And after that, they look at how much experience you've got doing it in the past, or what you could compare in terms of your transferable skills, aka the experience you've had up until that point that might relate to the job that you're looking to get. So skills, qualifications, personality, and experience. That's what they're looking at when you go to a job for an interview.
Okay, why do you want this job? Why do you want us to hire you? I'm telling tell the truth. You finish school and you're heading into the workforce.
No,
Well, that's
wrong. That's bad advice. You tell them that you can do the job that they are looking to recruit for. That's why do you want the job? Because I will do it and will do it well. I can do it. I am a capable person of doing the job that you are advertising for. Here's how I demonstrate that I can do that job. And you hope that while you're telling them that you can do the job that they're advertised for, that they like your personality as you tell them. When it comes to the experience bit, if you're fresh out of school, you go, although limited in experience, this is what I have had experience with that I can translate to the job. Yeah? Qualifications might just be your passing grades at school that aren't in any way related to the job, but they demonstrate that you can acquire skill sets and qualifications as you go because you've just acquired some. So that's why they give them you, so that you tick that box. But that's all it does. And it's low on the list. What they want to know is, if you're going into a job that requires graphic design, if my daughter was looking for work, right, she's very skilled in the art department. So when she walked into a job for graphic design, she's not going to have any experience in graphic design. But what she will do is go, look at all these graphical designs I've come up with. None of them are professional because none of them have been paid. But the first thing that she's going to do is tell them, I can do the job that you want done. That's the first thing you say.
Yeah. She's passionate about it. Yeah. And if you, here's
the thing. Here's the thing. My son's getting called back into an interview he had for a movie theater, right? To work in a movie theater. So, like, he was there the first time. Now they want him to come back again. So, like, I'm trying to get him to, maybe you didn't answer the questions properly the last time. So, like, I don't know. It's weird, Nathan. You got to see some of the questions they ask you.
Second interview is good sign, mate. They want him back. You know, they're narrowing people down.
No, it's not that. It's not a narrowing down. It's just, no, it's not. That's what he called him and said, is this from my first interview? They're like, no, this is we have you down for, can you come in? I don't know what it is, but it's not from the first one.
If they did, no, you're being negative. If they didn't like him, they wouldn't be asking him back.
Yeah, absolutely.
It's not them personally. It's Indeed. It's a fucking app. The app sends them there.
Yeah, anyway. Well, somebody's programmed the app. A human being's programmed it. So he's obviously...
Not them human beings. The ones that he's going to see are not the ones that programmed Indeed. Because a lot of times what people are telling me is that these apps, they send people out and the jobs are already filled. You understand?
Well, yeah,
so
that is sometimes the case.
I'm not trying to be negative.
Yeah, that is sometimes the case.
I think you're being negative.
But if he's had an interview, then no, the job's not already filled, or he wouldn't be having an interview. Then nobody's going to waste their time interviewing if you've already got the job filled.
No, you're missing it. Indeed sends them out anyway. There's a glitch in the app where the job's filled, but they still got 20 people that are still going for the same job, and they have to interview them.
I'll explain it a little bit, Neil. Indeed is acting as a hiring hall in which it is taking people and sending them to jobs that have asked Indeed to hire for them. There is no connection between the employer and the person referring them. So he could be going to a place that doesn't need any help.
Correct. Listen, I'm hoping it goes through because the kid's dying to work, Well,
that's a great
I'm
job.
dying for him to work.
When I was a student, that's what I did. So I did several jobs while I was a student. I used to work in a DIY centre. I used to work in a restaurant, and I used to work in the movie theatre in the town. So I had quite a few jobs. And the movie theatre job was the best job, easily. The hardest was the bussing tables and working in the kitchen and just any, what's it called, leisure work. I can't remember. There's a particular hospitality.
Yeah, he's too clumsy for the kitchen stuff. He'd be wrecking stuff in the kitchen.
Yeah, hospitality is too much. Hospitality is too much hard work. But working in a movie theatre was wicked. It was great fun. You watched movies, confiscated laser pens, put syrups in the bar and served people drinks, popcorn, took tickets. You had to do everything. The only thing that I didn't do was actually operate the projector. There was a specific guy that used to do that, or a couple of particular guys that did that weren't me. But other than that, everything else was on the table. If you worked in a movie theatre, you did everything. So
this is what a guy told him to do, because I said to this guy in a store I go to, he said, tell your son, I homeschooled too. He said, I had no experience. My first job was in a movie theater. After I got that, then I was able to put in applications. I was in the workforce, so that's what he did. So he's going to the movie theater. So hopefully he gets in, because that's a job he can do.
Like we said last week, Neil, one of my first jobs was I just got the yellow pages out, like I told you, and I found a number of a refrigeration company in Trafford Park in Manchester. I said, I've just finished my college, not got any experience, but I really want to get involved with a good company and learn. I'm willing. And are you taking any apprentices on? He said, well, actually, it's funny you've rang today. He said, we're actually thinking of taking on an improver. Nice. Why don't you come down and see us? So I got the next day or the next week, I got 2 buses, because I didn't drive at the time, to this place in Trafford Park. Went and sat down with the guy in the office and had a chat with him, and he gave me the job. That was just
and you still working with them?
No, I spent a year there doing improving.
You got experience though there, right?
Yeah, that was my experience then, yeah. But that was just like picking a phone book up called the Yellow Pages back then.
Yeah, but see, things are different. One deck is different than when we were... as soon as while I was in school, I was working. I went from freaking paper route to freaking stocking shelves. Stocking shelves was the normal freaking progression, right? You got to see the questions they are asking these freaking kids to work in a grocery store. Are you freaking kidding me? Just hire the freaking guy. Show him what to do. He's got to stock a shelf. The hell is so hard about that? But they're making it freaking impossible with these freaking experience and background checks and freaking all other nonsense that goes with it. Working with apps. You're not sitting down with a person. The only time you're sitting down with a person is because Indeed sent you in. And then
I think it's just like a generic. It's just generic now, isn't it? They just ask these questions. But at the end of the day, if he's going to sit down in front of somebody, if he's got a good personality, generate a good rapport with the person. Do you know what I've always done at a job interview when I've sat down? I've always sort of cracked a little bit of a joke or had a little bit of a, and just been myself. Let my personality come out and just show willing, and I've always got the job.
in the theatre, they want the person that works there to be conscious of how clean the place is at all times.
Yep.
So tell him to say, I'm very conscious of how clean the place looks to guests that come in. And I appreciate that there's going to be times that are quiet, that are down times, that I'll keep myself busy sweeping up the litter and popcorn. And if there's, if the carpets are clean and every counter's been wiped and the toilets are clean, I'll be outside sweeping up the step. That's the kind of things you need to say to get a job in a theatre.
Yeah, that's it. That's one of the questions they asked them. How do you feel about a place that is that's messy or dirty?
Yeah.
And my son turned around and said, well, actually, we just ate before we came here. My parents took me to lunch, and the place was a mess, and it bothered me. So I'm really on, keeping the place clean, because appearance is everything.
That's it. So you say, I'm not averse to picking up a mop and cleaning up. I'm not averse to picking up a plunger and cleaning an overflowing toilet. I'm not averse to going out and sweeping up the leaves in autumn so that the front porch looks clear when people come in through the door. That's what they want to hear.
Exactly. And just have a joke like say, my mum and dad are always going mad at me because I'm constantly hoovering up all the time at home.
Yeah. That's exactly what you want to say. I'm very clean. I like to keep the place clean. I spot dirt and I clean it up. I don't mind getting my hands dirty.
Actually, as he should say, my dad annoys me because he's always got the vacuum going.
No, don't say that. Tell him to take a brush and shovel into the interview with him.
Yeah.
Go in there with a mop.
Yeah,
I'm ready to go.
So it's that balance between saying I don't mind getting my hands dirty to get the the urinals cleared out and the sinks kept clean between viewings, but also I'm hygienic and can be stuck behind a counter dishing out the popcorn at a moment's notice and presentable and polite and smiley with customers. So you need to tell them that you can strike that balance between cleaner and front of house in an instant. Yeah. And if they hear that, they'll give him the job immediately.
Yeah. And we all know if you walk into somewhere it's cluttered and it's messy, people don't want to, I can notice straight. If it's clean and tidy, people are going to come back, they're going to enjoy the experience. It's going to, the revenue, more people are going to come. It's going to grow the business. And that's what it's all about. Keeping it clean, getting the people back. You used to be saying things like that.
Yeah, well, hope he gets it, man. He really needs it.
If he's out doing interviews, he's obviously with kids, that's what you've got to motivate them to do, to actually be out on the Indeed app, looking in the job centre window, looking through the yellow pages, doing those things proactively. And after, it's just a numbers game with recruitment or anything else. If he can be in front of 10 different people getting interviews, he'll get one of the jobs. He may not get this job in the theatre, but if he applies to enough jobs, he'll get a job. Don't worry about it.
It's that rule, right? The 1 in 10 rule?
Yeah.
Is that how it goes?
If he contacts 10 people at the back of the yellow pages, then no, that's a slightly more random connection. You'd need to do 100. You do 100 and you might get 10 of them. So it'd be the 1 in 10 that might actually talk to you. So if you make 10 phone calls from the yellow pages, 1 might talk to you. And after 100, 1 might have a job for you. But if you're going through means of job centres and Indeed and recruitment consultancies and places like that, they're already with jobs that need filling. So then it's the rule of 10. If you can get in front of 10 people, you will end up with a job at the end of it.
He's been to the theatre, obviously. Has he been to the theatre and observed it?
Yeah.
In progress. Yeah. So, I mean, I'm not saying go in and you don't want to go in and critique it too hard, but he could go in the theatre and there might be some areas where he thinks, God, well, I could actually, he could say in a nice way to the guy, well, I did actually notice that. I think if you brought me on board, what I would do, because I've been here a few times, is I think we could improve things by A, B, or C. I've noticed this and that, not being detrimental to the person, but just saying, He's showing like willing, or he's seen something that could be improved, and he could do that.
I don't know. Sell yourself. I try to get him out there if he could just I know he's one way. If you teach him something, he masters it. That's the type of kid he is.
Just find him a mop, get him a mop and a bucket, get him that skill.
Yep.
They don't give a shit, right? So you're going to clean and keep the place presentable and sell tickets. That's all we want.
Yeah. All they want in a cinema is a representation of the movie theatre being in the foyer. So that it needs to be an immaculately clean carpet with spanking clean worktops that they're serving you popcorn over. No drinks lying around, no litter lying around, no bins overflowing. It needs to be pristine. Same goes for the toilets. So if I was doing an interview today for a job as a theatre in a cinema, I'd say I don't mind cleaning toilets. I don't mind making myself presentable to customers when they come in and convincing them to buy more popcorn by suggesting that they buy some if they haven't ordered any. I don't mind, working front of house and taking tickets off people. I can keep myself busy. I'll be watering plants or sweeping the outside if there's nothing to do because every theatre's currently running with people in it. I'll always be able to find myself something to do or find something to clean. There's always something to clean, and I will be the person that will always be picking up the bucket and finding that little bit of water that's dripping out of a sink to fix. You just have to demonstrate to them that you want the place to be clean and that you're happy to sell popcorn to people with clean hands when you do so.
Right. And you got to sell yourself too. You have to sell yourself.
Yep.
That's the whole thing.
Your personality just comes through naturally when you're saying those things. So when you say to them, in the same way I can communicate nicely to you now that I want this job, I'll be able to communicate to people that they also want popcorn and that they should really be buying a large Coke with it. But simultaneously, when those people are gone and the smiles are wiped off your face because everyone's seated and happy, and I've ushered them with a torch to their seat, I will then start wandering around looking for the litter and looking for any places that need sweeping up. If you said that one sentence, that is to say, I will look presentable to the public and get them to buy more stuff and then clean, that would get you the job.
Or you could go the other route of just walking in and saying, I'm not a flat earther. Lead with that. Say, I don't believe
higher, John.
Flat.
No, but it's like when you go on an aeroplane. I mean, these plane lands, right? Plane lands, people get off, get the cases, that's the plane's turning around, getting refueled. You're seeing the state of that plane. But these kids, these fucking crap everywhere, isn't they? On the seats, there's food drop, things under the chairs. Same with a cinema, popcorn, Maltesers, ice cream stains, and then also he needs to show maybe do a bit of research on what sort of products are they using for cleaning. Because he's noticed that this sort of product really brings these stains up quite well. It's quick drying, leaves a nice scent.
Then you sound like a real...
This guy's a know-it-all. He thinks he knows everything.
I think you should use peroxide. No. That's just dweeby.
No, but it shows you a bit of research. If he wants a job, he'll get the job.
To me, listen to this. This is the silliest thing. Kids out of school, starting work, give him a freaking job. Teach him what he's got to do so he can work. When he's making a big deal, he's not making a career out of it. He's not going to be a career usher. I'm here to make freaking money, and whatever I got to do to make money, that's what I'll do.
Right.
So well, I mean,
have him go in there and say he's not a flat earther. He doesn't believe the earth is flat, and he's got the job.
No, don't say you're not a flat earther. Just say the earth's not a globe.
Yeah, no, go in there and say, I do understand that most of the movies are going to be promoting heliocentrism. And even though I'm a flat earther, I'm not going to let it get in the way.
But we do see too far.
You enjoy the suspension of disbelief.
All right, mate. ICC, okay.
Right. I don't believe the earth is flat. You lead with that. It's got to be believe, right? You can't tell them what you know or you'll cause an argument.
Yeah, you know what? His luck refracted. It'll be a flat earther interviewing him. Oh, really? Well, I happen to be a flat earther.
Well, then you know, sir, don't you? Be quiet. Don't tell anyone.
Just talk. Theatres. Is it theatre like as in not like a cinema, a theatre where they do live shows? Yeah.
No, it's a cinema. You guys call it a cinema, a movie theatre.
If you ever go to the cinema, I don't know if you've ever done this. I don't go to the cinema that often, but if you ever go, the best combination you can get is get a nice bucket of popcorn and Maltesers and put the Maltesers in the popcorn and mix it all up. That's the best thing you could ever do, because then when you get the popcorn Malteser at the same time, it's just overwhelming. You've never experienced anything like it.
You know what happens when I go to the movie now?
You fall asleep?
Sound asleep. They got to wake me up when it's time to leave.
Yeah, well, me and my missus, we did that because I don't know if it was Harry Potter or when
look
that
how
was
they
going
make
on.
the chairs. They make the chairs. You lean back. It's like you're in bed. They bring the freaking food to you on a table.
I know,
wow,
but
you
it's not
have it where
that.
they
It's
bring
like,
you the food.
we decided if we're going to go to the pictures, we do the afternoon. Is it the matinee? The afternoon. If we go late at night to the evening, I'm asleep.
Dude,
I'm asleep.
you could bring me in the middle of the day, and I'm still going to be out cold within an hour.
Day and night. How's day and night work on a flat earther?
We went to see I don't go to the last film. I can't remember what it's called. It was Sade was in it. It was a Sade film.
Wow.
It wasn't in a concert. No, it was her music was in it. It'll come to me later, but anyway, it doesn't matter. But we're in the afternoon. The kids was with us and that, and I think I was. It was one of them. It wasn't really a full house, so there was like a couple of chairs like spare. And I think halfway through the film, I'm spread across 3 chairs.
Yeah,
snoring.
you won't be able to do that here. Here they got here it's weird. The AMC theaters, it's like a freaking bed you're going into. You lean it back and it's actually more comfortable in my bed. But here's the thing, refracted. What'd you just say? How does day and night work on a flat earth? Yeah, that's the problem Nathan's having. See, that guy has 500-600 people because he's appealing to the Americas. The time he's having his show, they're all home from work and they can get on. Nathan starts a show when people are at work in America, most of America. So we're suffering with the time slot too.
Time, you say?
We're definitely not prime time, but you got to answer that, flat earther. How does day and night work on a flat earth? It works on a globe.
The convention of day and night itself is derivative of time, right? Time is derived from these cycles of day and night, and they're derived with flat earth measurements when they're more refined in terms of the conventions. Day and night's too broad. When you describe day and night, you're just describing a light moving over a different part of the land away from your part of the land. Therefore, if it's the sun, you don't get it anymore. But that's too broad. It doesn't really mean anything until you derive it into a convention like time. Then you'll need flat earth measurements to do so.
Yeah, exactly. Time is flat.
Response from Baller. Time only works on a globe.
According to Mick Jagger, time is on my side.
Aren't you a smooth operator?
Nice. Throw back to freaking one deck Sade reference. He's all missed my pun the other day. Nathan was talking to Jesse Path of Light, and I said, I don't know what his problem is, but I wish I had his girl.
I've seen Sade live at the Manchester Arena.
Were you hanging on every word?
It's funny though. I love Sade. I love her music, and when my children were young, growing up, they heard a lot of Sade being played, and me and my wife and my 2 girls, we just all love Sade. We can they can come round for dinner. We can put Sade, and we all know the words. We're singing away to Sade, and I mean, I am a bit of a smooth operator, like.
Oh yeah, but the day and night thing, all you have to do is say day is described as at what elevation the sun is in the sky with respect to the horizon.
Ooh,
yes,
I
it's
like
always best to bring it back to the moon and the sky.
Yeah, but what would the bat say about that?
Go ahead, one next.
What would the bat say about daytime?
Listen, there's a commercial, Refracted, that the guy says that. I think it's a beef jerky commercial. I forgot what it was, but the guy says you could tell time by how high the sun is in the sky on the horizon.
That's how it's measured.
Yeah. The way he said it, though, I'm like, wow.
Like the penny just dropped vertically to a horizontal baseline.
Yeah, but it's weird because according to them, it's because we're moving, right? On that little axis we got there. That's how they explain day and night in various parts of the world.
What used to make me laugh years ago when I was new to this was like they used to say, well, how can it work? The sun moving away and setting can only work on a globe. So I used to have a minute in the beginning thinking, what are they talking about? I used to, back then, I was saying, well, I was given a bit of the globe because I'd be saying, well, it doesn't matter which way you look at it, whether it is a globe spinning backwards and the sun appearing to move away, or you're on a flat fucking disc and the sun's moving away, they both did the exact same thing anyway. But I was given a bit of the globe there, but I was going back a few years.
Yeah, but it's not.
Right, they're saying
like,
on. They're messing up their preposition.
Correct, it's
they should
in.
say, yeah.
Longitude
That's what
from
they
within. Sorry, I'm stealing your thunder here because I want to say the same thing you do. Go ahead, John.
No, you go ahead. Just go.
Like on screen now, if you're going to describe the longitude system, admittedly it's only going to be accurate or to a degree accurate at the vernal equinox, but you're describing elevation angles for time as the convention from within a ball, like with the longitude system moving down in the ever-increasing circles of equal altitude from Polaris. When you're describing the longitude system, you're moving along the same plane with angles that wrap around, again, a different version of a glorified protractor for the segmented time that they put onto the map. But all they're describing is the angles measured with respect to a plane averaged. And when it's put into a convention, you can then pictorially describe that from within a ball, not on a ball.
Why would you do that?
Just for convention, for the sake of having a time system wrapped around you from a common reference point at a common reference time, vernal equinox. So you can describe a system for time, that's longitude. So then you can map positional information based on data for stars and their locations over given parts of the ground at given times. So you need a convention. On this diagram, it's describing the 0 point, prime meridian. See that?
Yep. I mean, you can understand them showing it this way because, the perspective does, you see the arc of the protractor prospectively from the horizontal plane we stand on. But I don't know why they paint the outside of that sphere as the place that we're living on with, land mass and water. I can understand what they're saying there. That's a perspective view. You've got a horizontal plane that you are standing on. But and then people think this is being done from the centre of the actual globe where, the supposed molten core is.
Well, the globe's just the meeting of many different conventions. So in this case, time and latitude. So longitude and latitude as a system can be mapped to an average at a single day, a single point in time. But then you've got to also derive the convention of where the 0 point begins. And that can move as well. So back when we were looking at the map on Monday, the meridian line, the 0 point, was described as running through Jerusalem. But then at some point, I couldn't tell you when, at some point they moved it to move through England, through Greenwich. So the prime meridian became the 0 point at Greenwich for Greenwich Mean Time. But that's the same. It's a mean. It's an average. It's a convention that's utilising the averages of the periods that we experience of the sun's movement to derive into this convention called longitude.
Isn't it great when you get into it, though, and you discuss all this and you realise what's going on? And nobody's got a bloody clue, have they?
I mean, people
Nobody's
have got
got a clue.
bits and pieces of information, and they'll often, without challenge, just justify it. So, although this was done slightly under duress, Thunderfoot, when he's describing the equatorial plane transference into the equatorial plane at the centre of a sphere Earth that's describing these two systems, latitude and longitude. Well, when he got to that point, he says words to the effect of, well, you just have to kind of imagine that you're in the middle of it. And I can't remember how he phrased it, but he phrased it in a kind of way that says, oh, well, I just have to resign myself to the fact that I'm inside a ball now.
You got to do whatever you got to do to convince yourself.
Is that what he said?
Yeah.
You've got to do whatever you've got to do to convince yourself that you're this black guy in the middle of this depiction here. Same thing.
Yep.
Well, Rob Noxious.
That's not what Toon did. Toon did not do that. He showed himself measuring the globe with a tape measure, a linear tape measure, and he said, see, I did it without going inside the center of the globe.
Yeah, well, that's not how latitude and longitude work. I mean, as much as some fat sniffing overgrown 12-year-old with a Batman logo on his T-shirt says he can measure his toy with a, what do you call it, those flexible tape measures? Taylor's tape measure?
Taylor's tape.
Exactly. Taylor's tape, yeah.
As long as you're measuring latitude, it's an elevation angle. And as long as you're measuring elevation angles, you're not measuring curvature.
Well,
Exactly.
what they're doing is they're mockingly saying, like, what are you talking about? You can't measure a curve. I'm measuring a curve right now. And they're being deceptive and dishonest because they know damn well that the measurement itself, the inch itself, is linear. The inch to the mile, right? That's how we measure things.
Let him. Who cares? So, some dude on the internet measuring his toy with a Taylor's tape. Okay. Yeah, this person's not
He's
the arbiter of how we
deceiving an
measure the
audience,
surface.
Nathan. He's deceiving an audience.
Who cares?
That illiterate as it is.
Let him. Right, if you're too dumb to figure out how the latitude and longitude system works, how the equatorial plane functions, how the degree measurement is with respect to a glorified protractor known as a globe, and your information has come from some YouTuber with a Batman T-shirt saying, look, I can wrap a Taylor's tape around a toy. If that's what you want to take as your informational source, then more power to you.
Yeah.
Well,
It doesn't count.
The thing is, though,
Go on, John.
I was just going to say, you can't convert that linear measurement into a circumference measurement without first having the linear measurement.
He's claiming he did.
And claim whatever
We can
he
claim.
wants.
Yeah, but a claim is just a claim.
It's a baseless assertion by any other name.
I see
exactly.
what you guys are saying. If they're gonna listen to it and buy that crap, let them. It's like those in the other thing with the book. If you're gonna buy that bullshit they're selling over there, let them. Leave them over there. We don't want you over here anyway. I see what you're saying.
It's like if you're a boxer, right? Who do you go to, right? If your first fight, you've got no management, no people around you supporting you or training you. You've just gone into the ring and you've got a fight on the go, and you get filmed and it gets published to YouTube and people watch it. And then you think, right, well, how do I take the next step forward if I want to progress in this career of boxing? Do I, A, take the advice of some Batman T-shirt wearing wanker who thinks he's going to save humanity when he tells me how I need to duck and weave, or do I go out and find a professional boxing manager? And by comparison, if you want to go out and sail, are you going to go to some Batman T-shirt wearing wanker and ask him how to do it? My sister's had boats. She didn't approach people like Toon to learn how to measure Earth flat with celestial navigation. She paid for a course and got qualified in it. She didn't go to a YouTuber.
But you got all the dweebs, like, they need a Toonstonese. Because as long as he's to that, they'll listen to that, the dweebs, and think, yeah, we can say this now. We can wrap this around the basket. We had it the other day, didn't we? And, we were debates, the basketball, the racetrack, all that bollocks.
It was anything to get away from along the ground, an actual Earth measurement, which we measure the Earth flat. The Earth's flat. Just a bunch of red herring crap to get away from the measurements. No, the Earth's measured flat. The Earth's flat.
All you need is a compass and a map, right? A couple of questions. Point A, point B. You're going to walk 2 miles north, and then you're going to turn around and walk 2 miles south. And then ask yourself, how did I orientate my compass? How was it held? In what direction? Yeah. Did I ever hold it vertically when I was traveling north?
No, but it goes without saying. Right, when you grab a map and drop a compass on it and orientate it, level the compass, and orientate your directionality to get your bearings, to travel in a direction, well, all of those things are flat, but it goes without saying that they're flat. And you don't need a YouTuber to tell you how it's done. I mean, you might want to go out and get training, and then you go out and find, I don't know, some map reading company who'll describe how the directionality works from a horizontal azimuth.
But it is the easiest. I mean, anybody with half a brain cell can go and buy a compass and a OS map and just go and do a little bit of navigation, and learn how to navigate in these directions. You will have to hold the compass horizontally. Yeah, even if you're finding a GP of a star, to find its its GP, you can do it, find the azimuth and things like that. You can use a compass for all sorts of things. You'll be using it horizontally in all instances.
It's simple, and it goes without saying how it measures the Earth flat. That's how it is.
That's how it can be hijacked. Because it goes without saying, it can be hijacked to be set in opposition to a bull belief, and then have contradictory statements made from a controlled discussion viewpoint. You can have an axiom violated. So long as everybody's understanding that you can measure Earth parallel with sea level for altitudes in the perpendicular, you can then have somebody who's utterly inconsequential to surveying, mapping, building, flying, charting, sailing, navigating in any capacity, say sea levels bend. Because their inconsistency with reality and their violation of an axiom means nothing. They're not training anybody, they're inconsequential to the subject, but they're then in opposition, because then somebody who's a flat earther comes along and lends them more credence by saying something like, well, how does that work? Suddenly you've put that person into a position of authority where they can start telling you how maps work. You're like, who are you? You've got a Batman logo on your T-shirt. You have absolutely no influence whatsoever on Cartesian grids, coordinate systems, latitude, longitude, elevation angles, distance measurements, surveying, building, flying, sailing, mapping. Toon has absolutely no influence over any of those things. So if you go to him for that information, you're a moron. Why are you listening to him for any of this stuff? Now, I'm not suggesting that I'm the arbiter of this stuff just because I understand what it means to be measured flat on a map, on a chart, with an elevation angle, with a linear distance, with a perpendicular altitude, with a parallel eye level. Understanding these things doesn't mean I'm selling this stuff as advice. I'm not advising anybody how they go out there. Go out and get a qualification if you want to go out on a boat. They'll teach you how to measure Earth flat. Like I said the other week, if you want to go out and survey the Earth, you need to become qualified and then get a job with somebody like the Royal Institute of Chartered Surveyors, where I've sent staff. That's what you have to do. But you need qualifications to measure Earth flat. And if you are measuring Earth, there's only one way to measure a linear distance with respect to Earth's surface. It's in miles or kilometres, and it's flat. Now, these things aren't up for debate. It's not like some fart sniffer's going to come along in his Batman T-shirt logo wearing idiot and go, oh, actually, I say that bends. Well, it's a good job you're not measuring anything then, isn't it? because you're violating a base principle axiom, but you have no influence over it, so you can say what you like. What's that? Sea level's a roast chicken. Okay. Sea level is actually Freddy Krueger.
We've got ChatGPT now, Nathan, and all the youngsters now are relying on ChatGPT. Yeah, so whatever ChatGPT says, which this is also coming out with McToostony's nonsense and all the other nonsense, and it's a shame because the kids are getting brainwashed on AI. Yeah, and you've seen it yourself. You can do an AI search; it'll tell you the heliocentric nonsense, and someone just reads that, and it must be true because AI's told me. And that's what's happening at the moment.
But they're not doing anything.
What you can do is you can calculate the amount of curvature with respect to the plane of reference you measured from. You can do that.
Yeah, having people whistle past the prerequisite belief measurements that are required so that they can ignore how flat it's measured to create sphericity to believe in that being the prerequisite designation of Earth measurement is inconsequential if you're not actually measuring Earth. However, if you are, in any way, shape or form or capacity, measuring Earth, you will and can only measure it flat. So having the kids believe that, well, we've got flat Earth prerequisites that are capable of being ignored and the globe that they build is actually the world that we live in, so saith AI. So what? Now, yeah, back in the day, people would have been told that the reason the thunder comes down is because of Thor. Go to the priest. Is it definitely Thor that creates all these thunder noises? Definitely. Oh, okay, well, that solves that then. You're like, well, okay. So you just accept the mainstream common rhetoric without looking into it. Yeah, that's how they get away with it. Nobody's doing any primary source research. So when they say, yes, of course, Earth's a ball, you go, okay, well, how have we come to the ball? What did we measure? Nobody's asking that question. Nobody's doing primary source research. They're taking it at face value. And because most people take things at face value, most people who are inconsequential to the subject matter at hand take it at face value. It's inconsequential to the subject matter at hand when it comes to actually measuring anything. You can believe whatever you like, but if you were to dig into it and get a few primary sources for where the sphere you think Earth is measured as comes from, you'd very quickly learn that the sphere comes from the flat Earth measurements. So you can't deny it. Once you get to the heart of the primary source of the all-globe faith, you get to the flat Earth measurements it's all based on. So it's not like telling people that the world's a ball is going to somehow be of detriment when, if you were to investigate it to any extent, you're going to find the flat prerequisites, the equatorial plane, the glorified protractor with all the latitude and longitude markings on it. You eventually, if you have got any influence over these things, will, if you have a ball belief in tow, come to the point like Thunderfoot, where you've got to, by fair means or foul, put yourself on a plane inside that glorified protractor for it to function, or for you to explain it in any extended capacity for people who aren't so dumb that they just take the surface level understanding. For people who want beyond the surface level understanding, they'll dig to the equatorial plane inside a ball understanding that's still based on a flat Earth. It's still got a prerequisite plane. It's called the equatorial plane. That's how it works. So it doesn't matter that people have a misapprehension because of their surface level understanding. Their misapprehension that the reification through suspension of disbelief is we're on, not in, a ball, then let them. It's not harming anybody. Like I say, if they did the actual research, they'd still find their way to the flat plane eventually. You can't avoid it. It is inevitable.
I suppose if you're not looking into it or you've got no interest in it, you're just going to presume you live on a ball.
Let the overgrown 12-year-old Batman T-shirt wearing wankers believe that they're on a ball. You know, when they get to measuring it, same thing applies. Like McToon, as we've been talking about him, will carry on in terms of his inevitable findings when it comes to measuring Earth's planar surface with respect to a plane, an amount that's level to it, and the angles with respect to it that you can only measure. Now, you've got two choices. If you want to remain ignorant and in that 12-year-old dissonant state where you think you're on a ball, but yet you're going to go and measure it with respect to the equatorial flat plane inside it, then you're going to have people like us, if you proactively contact people like me, laughing at you, just taking the piss out of you when you're measuring it flat, you dumbass. It's like, what, you want to lord over me how your belief when you were in that 12-year-old dissonant mindset with your Batman logo on, telling everyone that you're of course on a ball flying around based on a plane of reference that you're inside in an orbital motion derived from angles that you've measured, that you're now measuring. Like, that's only going to lead you one place. Either a recognition of our flat Earth has to be measured because you're the one bleeding measuring it, or cognitive dissonance where you accept simultaneously that you're measuring Earth flat and your ball's based on those flat Earth measurements, but that doesn't mean you're not on it. Well, yeah, that's exactly what it means. It means you're not on it. You're in it to be measuring it. And you're not inside a ball, are you? Telling yourself that you are because you want to retain that ability to conform with the consensus so that you can take the piss out of other people, which is all he wants. Social acceptance through the masses, through the consensus. That just makes you a cuck. Pathetic. But you do what you've got to do to make yourself feel better socially. It doesn't change how flat Earth's measured, does it? In fact, nothing any of these people do will change how Earth is measured. It's set in stone. The foundations of their globe belief are flat. Nothing they do will ever change that. And a limited understanding that leads you to reify the ball without a comprehensive understanding of the flat plane measurements does no harm to anybody.
And on top of that, to all you flat earthers that feel like you've lost an argument or you failed somehow when talking to someone, or you've been caught in a gotcha, this stuff don't matter either. So let it go. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, and I understand all that, and I totally agree with you. But I'm just saying, I was just pointing out, it is getting that way. I've even noticed over the last 3 or 4 years when I've been searching things out on the internet, the definitions of things have changed, or they've added something in. It's like, they're narrowing it all down. So the kids who are growing up now, who have been forced to rely on AI and Chat GPT because that becomes their primary source research now. That's where it's gone. That's been planned out, as far as I'm concerned. That's their. If they just read that the Earth's a sphere and it's already been measured that way, that's all they need to do. That's their research. It's all been done. They're not getting the facts of the matter. Do you know what I mean?
Do you remember when they threw a fit to have that one citation that Nathan has from Sustainable by Design?
Oh, yeah.
They threw a fit for them to change it.
It came up, didn't it? Did it come up in the debate? Not the debate, the chat the other day, I think.
Well, see, the thing is, the definition was not changed. It's still the horizontal plane you're standing on.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sorry. I got a phone call there. I was able to decline it instead of kicking me off. But the horizontal plane, like the citation has not changed. There was a disclaimer added after the definition of how, Earth's a ball and pretty much denying the definition it just gave. So, yeah, they create a contradiction after they cite it as it is. You can't change that definition. It's just not going to happen.
Yeah, that's the axiomatic principle what Nathan was talking about. You can't. There's no way out of that, and there's no way out. Just AI. Yeah, how was Earth measured? So they give you this is AI. How Earth was. We all know this story. Earth size was first famously, listen to this word, next word, calculated around 240 BC. Earth's size was first famously calculated. So they're telling you from the offset it's calculated. Doesn't say measured. Yeah, that's what we all missed in the beginning. Yeah, by the Greek mathematician Eratosthenes, using nothing but shadows and geometry.
Yeah, so flat Earth elevation angles, geometry, Earth measurement, angles, two straight lines meeting at a vertex, formed by shadows with sticks Okay,
Exactly.
so we've got sticks and shadows with flat Earth measurements. That's geometry, Earth, metric, measurement. So we've got flat Earth measurements. They just hide it in weasel words. Like you say, you ask how it's measured, they tell you how it's calculated.
They're telling you it's calculated. There's certain things that they can't deny. They've always said it's calculated. You'll even have the ballers now saying you don't understand math. It was mathematically calculated. It wasn't the bloody measurement, mate.
But we are formally here as flat earthers to necessitate a confirmation bias in an isolated group, which is anti-flat earth versus flat earth. So if you go to affirm your sphere belief, you need to go to a section of the internet that confirms sphere belief. And there's plenty of them. It's a very profitable endeavour to affirm other people's sphere belief, right? Separate to and notwithstanding flat earth measurements it's based on that aren't generally discussed in the arena. What is generally discussed in contrapositive opinion is that Earth isn't what you've sought out for your confirmation bias from people like Fight the Flat Earth and Dave McKeegan and Simon Dunn, right? You're looking to confirm a bias from a limited knowledge standpoint. So what are you talking about? In reality, we boil that down to brass tacks. Dumbos looking to confirm their belief. And there's plenty of other dumbos who are financially incentivized to confirm their belief based on their limited understanding. And when they try to acquire a more advanced understanding to actually confirm the reality of their belief, they measure Earth flat. I know Earth is a ball. We have 24 hours of sun in the south. Okay, so you'll go to the flat Earth direction by way of antipodal positioning? No, definitely not. Flat Earth directionality and flight level will take you to an area of the world that you'll measure a topographical plane for angular measurements of a light in the sky with respect to a planar surface for the angles. So when you try and confirm your belief, that's to say advance your understanding that you thought you had, it's not, it's a belief. When you thought you were advancing your understanding, you confirm that you actually only had a belief, and the belief is based on what you measure, Earth flat. That's where you end up. So we have nothing to worry. Every endeavour of a person that wants to confirm their globe bias will lead down the same exact avenue as conspiracy cats, McToon, and anybody else who goes out there and actually makes any measurements. What's that? Perspective? I'll give you a flat Earth for that. What's that? Elevation angle measurements in Antarctica? I'll give you a flat Earth for that. I'll measure my plane and level my tool to it. It's like, yeah, you'll just find yourself confirming how flat it is. So why do I don't need to do anything. Someone said it the other day, well, he didn't even go to Antarctica. I'm like, I didn't need to. Without lifting a finger, they went and measured it flat. I didn't have to goad them or, I didn't have to provoke them or entice them or anything. They just, of their own volition, tried to expand their so-called globe understanding, and they just measured Earth flat. That's all they did. So I don't need to get involved anymore, do I? That's the road. Because if your heart of your belief is based on a foundation of a flat measurement, if you try and extend your globe belief, you'll just find your way to its heart. You'll find your way to the flat Earth measurements eventually, and then you're left with a choice. Either keep banging that drum that no, we can be on/inner bull, but inner bulls, got to get fair means or foul to get you there into that core that you're measuring the angles sort of with respect to. I mean, we can translate them from the tangential plane that we're going to move inside this equatorial globe model that's got a protractor wrapped around it. I mean, that's fine. That's all good. Now, if you want to delude yourself to doing that, let them. We don't need to push them. If they want more belief, like that, the only reason they want to shut us up is because then they don't have to go to the extent of measuring anything. It's just based on consensus. Without us here being naysayers for the globe, they can just go about their globe faith without ever needing to endeavour to reaffirm their globe faith. It's just say, oh, of course it's a globe. Everybody knows that. I'll go about my day. Happy days all round, right? Someone like us comes along and goes, no, it's not a globe. Not, well, yeah, I mean globe, but you've got to measure Earth flat to get there. But instead, we go, no, it's not a globe. No, Allah is not the Lord, right? And they go, oh, yeah, it is. Let me go and measure Earth flat to show you just how globe-shaped it is. That's the progression, isn't it? Then, don't need to get involved. People can more than happily endeavour to find out the origins of their globe if they choose to. And when they do, they'll find out how flat it gets measured, Earth's surface, that is, without us having to do anything. They all wanted to affirm their globe belief. They thought they'd go antipodal, south. No, it's a flat direction. They thought that when they reached the bottom of the ball, they'd see the sun, and somehow seeing it would confirm how ball-shaped everything was. And it's like, no, well, you didn't, though, did you? You had to endeavour to find out how Earth's sphericity was conjured into existence through the measurements that you took of a flat plane. So that's what you did. You all took measurements with respect to a plane. Other than Dumbo Dave, who couldn't quite use a tripod.
I wonder why they want a globe so much, though. They really want the globe, don't they?
They want to be Superman. They want to believe that they can fly. That's it. If the world is heliocentric, then these overgrown Batman T-shirt wearing, fart sniffing 12-year-olds believe that they could be in a position where they could fly. Zero G, right? When things fall in a parabolic arc, after they've been given the initial inertia from you throwing it up in the air, their system has hijacked the idea that when it comes back down again, it has no weight. What's that sound like? What, weightlessness? Yeah, orbital motion in a parabolic falling trajectory that's perpetual will leave you in a state of weightlessness. What's that? Flying. They want to be Superman, I'm telling you.
Yep. You're right. It takes them back to the younger days of watching the fantasy films and fantasy nonsense of, not that we've not all enjoyed a bit of Star Trek and Star Wars, but now it's become a possible reality. So, yeah, they've gone back to the 12-year-old self. So without the globe, that can't exist. It gets rid of the space travel, gets rid of time travel, all the different dimensions and, spaghettification and black holes and all that, it goes out the window. So we've got to keep the globe alive just to keep the child alive.
Yes. Ask yourself what you lost when you came or left or departed heliocentrism. When I look back 12 years ago and started to recognise the things that I mourned, what was high up on the list? Red Dwarf, Star Trek, Star Wars, space travel. That's what you get, a brief history of time, Neil deGrasse Tyson's explanations of space in the documentaries, the CGI and graphics of NASA. That's what was on the list. So you go, okay, I am representative of a certain number of other individuals that would be fighting to retain that which I mourned. So when I went, oh, well, if I have to relinquish this suspension of disbelief with regards to time dilation, wormholes, black holes, bent geodesics in space-time, orbital motion, once I give that up, Red Dwarf don't make any sense anymore. Star Wars has no meaning. There is no galaxy far, far away. None of that makes any sense to anybody if you understand how flat Earth is measured to create that mathematics. And that mathematics has been reified into sci-fi fantasy and a one-world religion. That's what you've got to give up. No longer can you suspend disbelief that Star-Lord can go into the vacuum of space to save his mantis woman alien. You can't suspend disbelief that Tony Stark takes the missile out into the space trajectory and hurls it at the sun. You can no longer believe any of that shit because it's incapable of being suspended as a disbelief, as a fantasy, when you know the reality is incongruent with the actual geography and measurements of Earth. The geometry, you say, a famous story of the geo, that's Earth, measurement, and its flat angles from surface level. That's the first thing that comes up on the Google search. How do we know how we calculated your belief into existence? Well, with Earth measurements that are flat. That's how that translates. But it's been worded to keep 12-year-old fart-sniffing fantasies of flying around in the ISS alive and well. So when you go to the cinema, Tony Stark is believable when he flies his little suit into the sky vacuum with a missile on his back. And that could be you Batman t-shirt wearing wanker, couldn't it? You could be Tony Stark. If only they get an Iron Man suit, you'll be flying in the sky vacuum like a superhero.
A lot of these 12-year-old adult dweebs, and a lot of them are probably concentrating and thinking about space-time travel and going to different planets and congregating on Mars and the moon, rather than just, thinking about the actual Earth where they live. It's taking their mind somewhere else, isn't it? So they're not concentrating on what they're actually doing in life. It's just this fantasy world that they're dreaming about all the time.
Yeah, and aliens with 3 breasts.
Yeah.
Tell me some more about this Earth thing you call kissing.
Wow, it's amazing, isn't it?
Lonely dweebs.
Absolutely. I think you brought this up before. It's mainly men, isn't it? It's not so much women who've got this issue.
What, the fantasists?
Mainly.
The fantasists are mostly men dreaming of being Batman. Yeah, that's right.
Why that is? I mean, I know mothers, they look at the family and they've got sort of things out there concentrating on what's actually happening in reality on this earth. Yeah, making a good life for the family, making things in order. And you got the 12-year-old dweeb men fantasizing about going to Mars. I mean, come on, lads, get a grip.
Yeah, women think about other things like when they're getting a new ironing board or whether the dishwasher's working correctly.
When's my husband going to sweep me off my feet?
Will I get a new sewing machine for Christmas?
And all she wanted was a new steamer.
Yeah, men want to be Batman, basically. Dweebs want to be Batman.
In my younger day, when me and my partner were together, I thought it was Christmas or a birthday. And I thought, what can I buy her for a birthday or Christmas? It was something like, it'll come to me, it was something like a Hoover. She was going on about this thing to the house that she needed. I thought, you know what, I'll buy that for a birthday. And it did not go down well. Because it was like, that's not a present, that's just something we need for the house, to keep the house clean or to do the jobs, not a bleeding birthday present.
Yeah, I bought my wife some sanitary towels and she told me that's not a proper present. The point here is we don't need to brace against the fart-sniffing 12-year-old dweebs, right? If they want to confirm their bias, at the moment they're left in the fight with us and proving us wrong, confirming their bias. If they can show us with some fallacious reasoning how we are wrong, that relieves the pain enough for them to get on with their day. That which was challenging my belief, that's flat earthers, has been shown to be wrong. It's like, no, that's not how the world works. If someone comes along and tells you that you're wrong about something, the person that's telling you you're wrong doesn't need disproving. You need to go and validate that which you assume at that stage is correct. And you validate it through primary source research, through measurement, through scientific endeavours. There's many different ways to confirm that which may be a belief if you're uninitiated. You think it's fact, you think you validated it, but when someone comes along and challenges it, it's not the correct procedure to say, I'm going to now challenge you, the challenger. You should not care what the challenger says. Go out and confirm it for your own, what's the word? For your own satisfaction, not so that you're disproving somebody else.
I might start, just rather than banter, I'm quite interested you've got your obnoxious the other day and all that, right? But if I was just to have a conversation with Rob Noxious and ask him about, what do you think will be on Mars, or the moon? I'd like, is he thinking about these things in the day? Like we just think about normal things. Is he thinking about, it might be a Mars soon? And is he got this going on in his head all the time about this?
No,
heliocentric?
No, unless we come along, then we force it to be considered. So again, for them, globe belief, like flat Earth measurements, when I say it goes without saying a distance is miles compared to the surface is linear, and that goes without saying. Well, for them, in their meager mindset, but for the fact that we are being naysayers, they could just go about their day knowing that it's a globe without it needing mentioning. Yeah, they thought they'd got that bit covered. So we are just a fly in the ointment that needs removing. So that's what they focus on. And I think that's our purpose here. So that instead of those people going, well, okay, I feel uncomfortable with my belief in a ball for whatever reason, and now to affirm that that is actually the case, I'm going to do a bit of primary source research and investigate what the measurements are and gain a decent comprehension of what has been measured. Instead, they go, I'm going to tell that flat earther he's an idiot. And then that can replace the primary source research and serve as a confirmation bias to the person that, well, look, I proved that flat earther wrong, therefore it's a ball. Like, no, that's not how you confirm things. If you were under the apprehension that Earth's a giant turtle and someone comes along and goes, it's not a turtle, you don't go, I'm going to show that you abuse your children. Then it'll be a turtle again. And I won't have to think about it because the rhetoric, the consensus says it's a turtle. I understood it to be a turtle. But for the fact that you were saying it wasn't, I'd continue my existence knowing it was a turtle without any second thought. You bastard, you're forcing me to think about this. So if I just shut you up, I won't have to think about it anymore. And I can go about my day without having to think about it. You bastard flat earther, anti-turtle earther, are making me think about this. I just need to shut you up. Then that will resolve the problem.
Yeah, that's great. That. Yeah, they're happy, aren't they? They don't want any disturbance. They're in their own little heliocentric world. Everything's going sweet as a day. And then he turn up and rattle a cage. Yeah, they're going to rattle your cage, and they don't like the cage being rattled, and they'll do anything to stop the cage being rattled because they're in their own little
world
that they're ignoring.
You know what they say, when there's nobody left to argue, you're right. Huh?
Exactly. If you're not here ruining the consensus, then I'd be able to conform to the consensus without much thought. You're just disturbing the apple cart. The most shocking thing I heard in my endeavours in communicating this subject between people on either side was with... I can't remember the guy's name, but I remember the viewpoint on one of these debating shows. The question came up, do we live in a consensus reality? And before the answer was forthcoming from the opposing side, I was like, well, of course, the answer is no. Obviously, consensus doesn't have any bearing on reality. It's completely inconsequential. And before I'd finished the thought, one of the opposing side said, yep, absolutely. Consensus forms reality. You're like, what? You're having a laugh? You think that the men on the surface agreeing forms the reality? Oh my God, I can't believe it. But yes, we are trained to accept that we should all unify in a consensus that's been given to us by men in power. Sounds a bit like control. Well, you're not supposed to assess that. You just assess the person that's telling you you're wrong and fight with them. Well away from the people who've given you the rhetoric to begin with.
I remember that. I don't know if it was a conversation, but it might have been on the show a few years ago, but I remember that, exactly what you're talking about. Can't remember who it was, but I remember the discussion.
Steve McLeod, or whatever he's called. Yeah, it was him that gave the answer. Yes, we live in a consensus reality. I almost choked on my peanuts. Yeah, so because we are trained to believe that we live in a reality that's based on a consensus, we just stand in opposition to the consensus rather than measurements not comporting with their belief. It's these people stand in contradiction of the consensus. Get them. That's what we're trained to do.
Right. Because if everybody believes that the moon is made of Swiss cheese, the moon is made of Swiss cheese.
If everybody believes that they are an intellectual, then everybody can see that he's wearing invisible clothes.
Absolutely. That's even better.
One deck had it right. If he started talking to Rob Noxious, he'd have you in outer space, how they're colonizing Mars, and all of these great things humanity's doing.
But there's no harm in letting Rob Noxious have his
Nathan,
little...
That's why they're upset about it. What do you think it bothers them when we come along and say, dude, Earth's measured flat? That takes away their dream, Nathan.
Yes, that's correct. But, no need to get up in their faces. It doesn't matter if Rob Noxious believes the after-the-fact reification of a ball Earth to stand on, because he hasn't gone through the effort of doing primary source research and figuring out how it's measured to produce that fantasy. He is happy where he is, and the only thing that in his mind is standing between him and not having to think about this stuff and being in line with consensus is us, in his mind. We stand between him and an easy life where consensus is the reality. But for us, he'd still be on a ball, and he's having to bloody question it, and he doesn't want to do primary source research. He doesn't want to look into measurements. He just wants to tell me I'm wrong. And what am I wrong about? How smart he is. Because that's all it really boils down to. Ego.
Pretty Father Christmas isn't real. You're not going to get any presents anymore, are you?
It's extremely ego-driven, and coming from being an anti-flat earther, you have to let a lot of that ego go, and it's not an easy thing to do.
Well, you tell yourself, I'm smarter than those people. So already before you even start the process, that isn't primary source research, it's opposing people who don't comport to the consensus. You start by saying, what are these people? Stupid. Immediately, you're comparing your superior intellect to another man's. That doesn't leave you desiring a path of primary source research or measurement inquiry. That leaves you comparing your intellectual superiority to another man who you deem to be stupid. This other man, flat earther, what an idiot. Definitely not as smart as me. I know better. I already know that we're on a ball.
I've started asking Globers at what point did they realise that the flat Earth measurements was a lie?
Well, what they did was they introduced the planar measurements to us when we were young. And then they gave us calculations for why these planar measurements can't be from a plane. It created the cognitive dissonance early. That's why they react the way they do when you challenge that very childish reaction. They've not developed past that point.
Yeah, but John, did you? I mean, I'm just speaking for myself. I'm going to ask you. I've said this before numerous times on the show. I would have never reacted that way in another. If flat Earth would have come up before I just naturally realised that the Earth was flat, I wouldn't have reacted like Rob Noxious or any of these people. I mean, in my younger day, I wasn't really obsessed with. I did watch Star Wars and Star Trek.
Well, that's why you weren't fantasizing about it, one deck. You could look at it,
I mean,
with an open mind and say, "Wait a second! I thought this is what I learned in school, and you're telling me it's flat. Oh, gee, let me look into this. Yeah, I work with tape measures. I know what a measurement is. See, you could do that, but when you're in fairy tale world, you can't do that. Your dream's being taken away."
I was going to ask John now, because I know John was a ball, like we all was. Was you like Rob Noxious, John?
Yes, he was. He was breaking, what's his name's chops, right?
Yeah.
So,
Come on,
so
there's
tell us a bit
people
about
in the
that.
audience that don't know, John. So let us know. Who are you trolling, John?
Come on, what things were you saying? How was you? No, but John, let me just
Wait a second. Let him tell us who he was trolling.
I was trying to ask him in the bloody first place.
He's about to tell you, you excited guy, you.
You did actually hijack Wandek's point, Neil, but fine.
What is the question?
Tell us who you were trolling when you were a Glober.
Oh, the Morgul, because he talked about if space. He brought up, a lot of if statements about space, and that's really the easiest one to get somebody with if they're assuming outer space is real and then trying to justify why it's not. They were the easiest ones to go after.
Does that answer your question, One Deck?
Not really, no. I wanted to know how, when John was challenged as a Glober, how was he reacting? Can you compare someone to like Rob Noxious or Ruhif or Zanuck? And how was you feeling? What was your feelings when your globe was being challenged? Because I didn't go through that as a previous Glober. That I never experienced that. I just realized the Earth was flat, and I was really happy about it.
Well, I used his words against him mainly. It was more done in the chat boxes, the comments below the videos. I'd point out things he said that were self-contradictory.
So a flat earther was being contradictory, are you saying?
Yeah, he was pre-assuming outer space exists and then trying to justify why it doesn't exist. See, I'm saying it's almost laughable.
So what give me an example of what he was saying to you as a Glober. He was telling you Earth's not a globe, and how was he presenting that argument? Not that it's an argument.
Well, the argument he was making, because he was trying to make an argument, was that the angle we get to the stars in the sky were impossible to view from a globe because the angle would be too great in some places. Just an example. But now, if you're already allowing me to get those angles from a globe, then yeah, they're entirely possible. You see what I'm saying? You've already, you missed the bus. Now you've lost.
So it's almost like the antithesis of what we would currently call our rhetoric, which is to say, if you're going to get your measurements from a flat Earth, then you can't infer that the world's spherical. Well, you're saying if you work immediately within the question, or the begged question, of Earth being heliocentric, and then describe a motion that's been described within that heliocentric system, you can't then turn around and say that doesn't work, because you're already working within the paradigm to begin with. So it's like the complete, I don't know if it's opposite or antithesis, I don't know what the word would be, but the complete opposite of what we do. Or the same, but from a globe perspective. You can't assume globe and then say it isn't one.
Well, it's something like that. It's as a base premise. You can't establish that as being true and then go on to deny it. It doesn't make sense. It leaves you with nothing. Not an argument.
It was you calling these flat earthers retards and all that.
I may not have been as crass as Rob Noxious, but I was definitely challenging their intellect.
Intellect. Yeah, I'm just interested to see how you felt, because we're talking about them and the the 12-year-old dweeb and space and people living on the moon and jumping on asteroids and traveling to another asteroid and life in space for the future. And that seems to be the case with them. I just wondered if that's how you felt as a glober being challenged about your belief. That's what I was just wondering about that, John. That was all.
I think he's asking it, how vitriolic were you?
I don't think I was real bad.
Oh, was your globe proof?
He's not a baller. What are you doing?
No. What was his globe proof back then? What you're being challenged. What was your globe measurement then?
Earth curve measurement.
Did you using Eratosthenes, was you?
No, it's more a Al-Bruni method.
Brilliant. Proper flat earther. You was a flat earther then, weren't you? Even as a ball, you was a flat earther.
Well, as it was pointed out to me by Nathan, and I used to get upset when I was studying the show, was my belief in R. Because there is kind of, you have to accept you have faith in this radius value, or it doesn't work.
Don't mention too much that you've converted from heliocentrism, otherwise you'll get all the anti-flatties salivating that they might be able to convert you back.
I think we were all converted. Just some of us didn't stand in opposition to our conversion.
So was it a gradual thing then that it started? Did the penny start dropping to the horizontal plane gradually, or was it? What was it? Did you realize? Did you know that? Did you fight? Did you fight the truth? Even when you found the truth, did you deny the truth for a while?
Well, the thing is, until the Black Swan, I never found anybody that directly attacked the base premise of my belief. Because I knew that there was planar measurements, but I also believed that there were measurements of sphericity, and that there was an ambiguity there, and that's how we use logic and reason to come to, figure it out.
So, what? Oh, you must remember the point. Then you finally just thought the Earth's not a globe. Was it the Black Swan? Is that what you're saying, or was it before that?
Oh, when he realized it measures that way.
Yeah, I'm trying to find out at what point and who said what to confirm it, and when did the penny drop? At what sentence was it? Who said it?
Well, you have to go back to prior to the Black Swan, and it's really hard to work backwards in knowledge to what I knew at the time. But I believe that there was two measurements, one of sphericity and one of a plane, right? They said it stood in opposition to each other.
Yeah, and it wasn't until you realized there was no measurements of the sphere. And the ones that they did have were flat.
Well, it was when I realized, that what I thought were spherical measurements weren't actually measurements, that there were no measurements of the sphere.
They were calculations.
Right, and the measurements were linear, flat, like we know.
The linear measurement part came a little bit later. I didn't put it together in my mind that quickly.
And when you did, that had to lock it in, like, whoa.
Well, it just fell back to all I knew at that point was that there are planar measurements. Therefore, it's a plane. Which oh my God, I'm putting it into logic, and it's.
No, I understand what you're saying. Once you saw that there were only planar measurements and no spherical measurements, and all planar measurements are linear because they have to be. That's how you measure. That's when you're like, hey, I got measurements for one, but calculations for the other.
I'm airing multiple layers of redundancy, and just before you gave them, John's stammering over this because he's recognizing the levels of redundancy that he's saying when he says, well, if there's planar measurements, then it's a plane because we've got planar measurements of a flat plane with the planar measurements that we've got.
Yeah, but he was still looking for. See, but you don't understand, Nathan, what he's saying. He's saying he thought there were two measurements. He thought there were spherical measurements, and they were, but they were flat Earth measurements calculated to a sphere.
Yeah, Eratosthenes calculated the Earth.
That's correct. And we were all, listen, this is how we came into this topic. Looking for the curve. They had us looking for the curve. Here's the curve calculator. How much of this building is missing? How much of that building do you see? Wow, we're seeing pretty far there. Why? Well, on different days you're going to see closer or further. That's the way they had us, man. It was brilliant.
Have you ushered in? Oh, go ahead, mate.
No, go on, mate. I've said enough. CC, you go.
I was going to ask Nathan, how long did the Isle of Man go on? Let me ask that question.
Time, you say?
Yeah, when Anthony Riley on his stomach on the beach. How long did those arguments go on?
A couple of years.
Oh dear. A couple of years. Freaking stupid bastards.
At least John, like, he came to the realization of realizing that it was a planar measurement. When I first realized the Earth was flat, I was thinking of, well, it's obviously flat because the constellations are always the same. That's what was going through my mind. The constellations are the same old same. Yeah, I know.
That's a non sequitur to say the constellations are always the same, therefore the Earth is flat. You see what I mean? Yeah. How it's easy to pick on a flat earther that believes the Earth is flat.
Yeah, because that's all it was at that time. It was just I believed, although deep down I knew, but I didn't know. I'm just saying. Hold on,
one deck. A baller could use the constellations, but a flat earther cannot. You got to abide by the rules.
I wasn't even thinking about measurements, but my heart was telling me the Earth's flat because of what was happening in the sky, which is what we... See, that's got nothing to do with the shape of the Earth now. But that was my premise at the time. Back then. That's what I was using as well, yeah. If we were spinning through the vacuum of space at 666,000 miles an hour, spinning around at 1,000 miles, these constellations would be just... we wouldn't be seeing the same constellations year after year. We can't be moving.
That's another thing. That's another thing, the movement one. Well, if we were moving, we would see this. If we were moving, we would see that. What?
I didn't go straight to, well, fucking hell, somebody just mentioned flat Earth. Well, obviously, it's measured like that. And we've got sea level. Sorry, I mean sea level, the 0 degree baseline for all elevation. That wasn't even a thought in my mind.
Listen, I heard, it was one time, the old freaking video. And the guy said, what are you talking about? We have sea level. And everybody ignored him. It was just a totally ignoring the guy that had the measurements, that had sea level.
Look, Neil, it goes without saying that we've got flat Earth sea level. This guy doesn't understand that we're talking about how non-spherical it is. He needs to shut up.
Yeah, shut him up, quick.
The flat
Level's
earthers are
curve anyway,
going,
Neil.
it can't be that simple. Surely it can't be that simple, just saying sea level. And then a stony silence. And the globe earthers are going, okay, now I hope this doesn't carry on because I don't really know how to address this. So everyone goes silent.
Yeah, let's talk about
exactly, Nathan. You hit it right on the head. That's exactly what was happening.
Forget sea level about the basketball.
What with your
Yeah,
tailors
racetracks.
Racetrack, mate. Curved racetracks and basketballs. Taylor's tape measures. Talk about that for a bit.
Have you going around in circles to red herring you away from the flat Earth measurements? No, the Earth's flat. The Earth's measured flat.
Yeah. Now we know that. We didn't know it back then, even though it was staring us right in the face. And when somebody would be, well, wait a second, don't we have sea level? Isn't the horizon level?
Yeah, you know, that 0 degree baseline flat for all Earth measurements from the height of Mount Everest to the depths of Mariana Trench.
That's today, CC. We're not talking about today, yeah. We're talking about yesteryear. It was all right there, but for some reason you weren't picking up on it.
That's a localized plane on a sphere. That's all it is.
That's probably what you'd get. Well, locally it's flat, yeah. Of course, yeah, locally, yeah. Locally flat.
Yeah, he was a Greek guy. He was a librarian and a mathematician.
And he measured the circumference of the Earth.
He calculated it. He measured elevation angles and distance, linear distance between 2 points. But he was a librarian and a mathematician. So he knew math. He did know math. Tell you that. For his calculations. And if you work in a library, then, you know, it's got to be right.
It's kind of embarrassing to talk about this stuff, you know, like part of the reason I stuck around after my conversion was I felt guilty about the time I spent as a anti-flat earther. You know what I mean?
What's there to be embarrassed about?
No, but it'd be interesting to hear John now as a go back 10 years or whatever, listening to him in a show fighting for the globe.
I don't think were you on shows like these guys are on today, or you were just picking off people in the chat?
Yeah, I was a comments troll pretty much.
Oh, he was a chat skank.
Give us an example of how he was, John.
I already did.
John,
Don't make me relive this stuff.
I'm sorry, mate. I'm sorry. I'll leave it now.
Well, no, it's hard to even think that way now. You know, it's like it's hard for me to even conceptualize the globe now.
Except for horizontally.
Yeah. You keep on going back to how you're measuring it to get sphericity. It's not an easy place to live in. And I think that might be one of the reasons that so much scorn is placed on flat earthers, is because they are taking planar measurements and converting them to spheres with it. So, of course, they would have to attack the people that assert it's a plane, you know?
Yeah, you will be measuring the Earth flat, even for your sphere belief.
Yep.
Right, and that's going to cause some animosity right away with us because they know that on some level they know that.
It's just easier to do it that way.
It is.
Why? It's just easier to measure the horizontal distances on the curve.
Well, that's what they say. Yeah, it's easier.
Yeah, triangles McKeegan. It's just easier to show the horizontal elevation profile.
What they should have been saying is, well, it's necessary, and we have to do it this way because there is no other way to do it.
Yeah, obviously you're going to measure a curve horizontally. How else would you do it?
Well, damn, you would calculate a curve. You wouldn't measure it.
Exactly. Any librarian will tell you that. Especially Greek mathematical one.
Well, we figured them out. We said the ones that still bring up Eratosthenes, they haven't got a clue what's going on. They're just repeating what they hear. The people that have once brought up Eratosthenes and Alberuni and don't know more and shy away from it, they know the dealio. You don't need one deck welcoming them to flat Earth.
Well, see, the thing is, though, it's part of the rhetoric of heliocentrism that the measurements are planar. Like, that's a foundational principle of heliocentrism.
Yeah, you take a individual like Kaylin in the text chat asking Elder Bear, well, what's your best globe proof? And then Elder Bear goes, horizontal distances. You're
That's a Bevite. That's Bevan. That's what I say.
That's the truth.
Horizontal distances prove a globe. What are you going to do, Nathan, when you find that out?
He's being sarcastic. He's just taking the piss.
No, but he's right as well, though, Nathan. That is the best globe proof. It's a horizontal distance.
It makes me laugh.
Listen, that's the point that John just said it. He goes, they're essential to their globe, right? Right. So that's what we're saying. The ones that are in the know, don't bring it up no more. The ones that are not in the know and just repeating what they hear other people say, or Google a quick Google search about how you measure Earth and Eratosthenes comes up, they have no clue.
It's got to jump out. It's got to jump out, lads.
One at a time. I heard you both at the same time. Come on, Nathan, take control.
Nathan doesn't have to take control. One deck, you go first.
Neil has to take control. Okay, Refracted, you first.
Oh, I hate going first. All right. I forgot what I was going to say.
Now they need flat measurements. That's the whole globe is based on.
Yeah. Well, yeah, that is. That's how they teach it to you in school, even. Eratosthenes was using a flat baseline to measure an angle to the sun. You know? I think that's one of the reasons I was so shocked at the pushback on stating that the Earth is measured flat, that there was pushback at all. I thought that would just be accepted, but they're fighting against the base foundations of heliocentrism when they, attack that.
There's just the reality that there is just no contention. There's measured flat for anybody that ever did it.
Yeah, yeah, exactly. Like Omnivore, right? He was wanting to prove that you measure curvature, and the way he did it was is he got his planar surveying book out that said planar surveying on it, and he cited a source in there that said, it just said it. That's like a baseless assertion in a book, but a planar surveying book. Like, oh my God, you can't make this stuff up.
I just got a message from my brother. Do you want a side job? 900 square feet of carpet and paint. Yeah. What kind of question is that, damn it?
Is that a non-linear square foot?
Yeah. I'm like, hey, can they do it today? And can they pay me today? Freaking shit. Yeah, I need that.
Are the measurements? Go ahead, John.
Oh, I was just saying it again. Non-linear square feet. It sounds funny to say it. It's hilarious.
Yeah, they're using non-Euclidean straight lines.
It's
so it's how it's done now.
To square something, it needs to be linear. To have the squared functionality operate, you can't square a curve, if you know what I mean. It's squaring it. It's like, do you know what a square is?
Yeah, it's like non-linear. This means not square.
Yeah,
this is defining it in the chats what a square mile is, and they just hand wave dismiss it.
When I say you require a linear mile to derive the curve from with a squared function, well, the squared functionality is utilizing the linear functionality of the mile in the squared functionality, so it's got to be squared. Like when you put that little 2 symbol in front of something, it means something mathematically. Well, you need a linear value, 2 square, to derive this curve function.
How did we miss it? That shit really bothers me. Every time you say that, I'm like, yes, but how did I miss that?
Everyone missed it. You're being told the Earth curve rate is a derivative of a flat Earth value. Now, the flat Earth value, this is my current rhetoric, this has only evolved in the last couple of weeks, goes without saying. Yeah, well, of course we're squaring it. What, the distance we've got a measurement of? Yeah, that flat distance that must be flat for me to square it. It's like, that's what gives me the curve. It's so stupid.
But you can turn that square footage into a circumference from within a ball. Did you know that? From within a ball, you can use a straight line radial value, linear, to establish what would be comparable to that straight line distance in an intrinsic curve, right? So, if you have that R value, you can bend the straight line with respect to it.
And it being an R value, which is also linear, straight, and described in miles. It's so stupid. It does make me feel mathematically stupid that I didn't notice, Neil, if the truth be told. When you say this stuff, this isn't complex maths. We're not talking about field equations, are we? We're talking about squaring things.
Exactly. That's what's annoying. I deal with stuff every day measuring. How did I not put that together?
How did society...
You took it for granted, just like we all did.
Well, John, I think you did a better job earlier when you were explaining that the cognitive dissonance is introduced so early that our brain functions in that paradigm with the cognitive dissonance from a very early stage. That's why the silence, because you're like, why do people go silent when somebody pipes up and goes, well, we got sea level? Why aren't the whole of the flat earthers going, yeah, you bunch of idiots, that's the end of the discussion? No one's confident enough to say that. Well, why? Well, because from a very early age, you were trained about how the linear distance measurement works, how sea level works, and you were taken for granted how flat that must be. But when someone works outside of the cognitive dissonance you've lived with for your entire life, that seems to be the thing that doesn't make any sense. Well, it can't be that simple. How could it be that it's just as simple as our Earth's measured from sea level? Well, it can be, and it is, and that's what we actually are using. But because both sides are using it, the flatties don't feel like it's a good enough evidence. You're like, what? The flat measurements from a overall topographical 0 point with average with the sea being level, that's not good enough? Of course it is! Why would you not say anything when someone comes along in a discussion where you're arguing about how non-ball shaped it is and says, well, we've got sea level, haven't we? Shouldn't that be the end of the discussion? The fact that it's phrased, shouldn't that be the end of the discussion? As opposed to, that is the end of this discussion. It's taken 12 years for us to make that distinction.
Yeah, it's basically the confidence to stand on what you know, as opposed to asking someone else and giving them that authority to state what they believe.
Yeah. The more, I would say there's a direct correlation between the level of my perceived censorship on YouTube and my understanding of how flat Earth is. The higher the level of understanding, the worse the censorship becomes. The more concise I can put across how flat Earth is, the worse the censorship becomes. When I was completely ignorant of the subject, based on a belief, based on somebody telling me on a YouTube video, and my recent endeavours into psychopathy and subliminal messaging, that was the height of the algorithmic favouritism that I was ever offered. That's when I could pull in 300 live viewers. Yeah, when we were arguing for the distance to the geometric horizon, based on the surface level measured for altitude and the linear distance ascribed to a geometric horizon, all being whistle past. That was when I could pull in a decent live audience. Now, I struggle to break double figures on the secondary channel with the most concise rendition of how Earth is flat. There's not a if, but, or maybe about it anymore. Worst possible stats. Most possible work to maintain a decent level of viewership. You know, it's the most work ever.
Well, it shows cognitively, too, in that one fellow that was on the panel that represented most flat Earth believers. I can't remember his name now.
Jin.
But he was saying it's different saying you measure the Earth flat from saying we know the Earth is flat. He made a distinction between those two statements. Is there one?
No. We all know it's flat, but we all just left it as without saying. It went without saying that Earth was flat, so nobody said it. And that eventually dissolves into ambiguity with a ball that's using those flat Earth measurements that go without saying. When you step away from that, you suspect that the ball isn't true. And suspecting that a ball isn't true makes you a flat earther. But at no point do you actually assess the validity of your flat Earth that's been measured that way. In fact, when it comes up, you might think, no, well, it can't be that simple. Sea level? Nah, that can't be. Nah.
Yeah, it would almost be like, I missed the dancing bear that whole time. No, I didn't. There's no dancing bear. I didn't miss the dancing bear.
It can't just be as simple as my eyeball seeing something that's there. Can't be that simple. Well, I just had to look at it, but I wasn't looking. Nah, it's not that simple.
Well, I'm saying, like, they had us looking for the number of passes, right? The flat earthers were looking at the white team, and the anti-flatties was looking at the black team, and everybody missed the dancing bear. Well, instead of just accepting it when it was pointed out, both teams are now denying that the dancing bear exists so they can continue to argue about how many passes were thrown.
No, it's almost like the guy who's the narrator for the video that says, you did realise there was a dancing bear. The Globers go, I know what we need to do. We need to hunt down the narrator and make everybody aware that he's beating his children. If only he hadn't said there was a dancing bear, we'd happily be arguing about the number of passes. Let's get the narrator.
That's correct, Nathan. You hit it right in the head. I was going down that road, but I didn't want to say it.
The bear in the analogy is the flat earth measurements. The Globers are the red team and the amount of passes. The flatties are the white team and the amount of passes. The narrator is us.
Right, and the flatties...
Stop him! He beats his kids!
Right, that's what the anti-flat earthers are saying, right? He's beating his... The narrator's beating his kids. But the flat earthers are saying, there's no dancing bear. Let's just keep counting the passes.
No, the flat earthers are saying, shut up about the dancing bear.
Yeah, if you keep talking about the dancing bear,
there will
do you know how long we spent? We went frame by frame looking at these passes. You're going to ruin all of it. If you keep talking about the bear, nobody's going to care that we spent days, if not years, counting the passes. Do you know how much time we've got invested in counting these passes?
They just got it. That's right. Shut up about the damn bear.
That's better.
I make my living on this freaking bear dancing by. What are you doing?
Well, they don't make their living on the dancing bear. They make their living on the number of passes, don't they?
Yes.
Whatever. Don't bring up the bear passing anything, all right?
And then when we go as the narrator, well, the bear exists independently of these people making passes. The bear is just the equivalent of flat earth measurements. And we go, and the bear's got an opinion on it. So we go, hey, bear, you're just measuring Earth flat, right? And the bear goes, can you see there's people making passes? I was also counting those passes, you know. Well, you're the bear.
This analogy went insane. I am so sorry.
The analogy is right on point, John. There are servers and there are people that know for a fact, right? But if we just say it's measured flat, then what the hell are they going to talk about? We just point out that everything that you bring to the table, or they bring to the table, is going to require it to be flat. Where is that going to put my server? How am I going to run this for 24 hours a day, 7 days a week? We must entertain this nonsense now. Shut up about it. All right? Gonna have free energy soon. Wake up.
Yeah, but I don't get that because, like, if your whole point in running your server is to spread the understanding that the Earth is flat, why would you not want that understanding to be spread?
That's not what their server is. Their server is, the Earth is not a globe.
It's just, can we argue about Earth? It's not whether or not it's a globe. It's we will argue about this subject in this space. That's it. Having an argument means you don't have to look at the dancing bear. Arguing about the number of passes means you don't have to look at the bear.
That's correct. Nathan hit right exactly. So that's the whole thing. See, we still have shows. We still talk about Earth being flat daily, but it's for a couple hours a day. Try that on a freaking 24-hour-a-day show. Try to pull that off. You got to entertain everything there. And if you're just coming right in and just declaring, you're not even saying it as an argument. You're just making a declaration that Earth is flat. Jeez, trying to shut us down?
Hold on. You can entertain their nonsense, right? They can come and make their assertion. I'm just saying, why bother to try to, put it through a logical syllogism or rationalize it in any way when they're measuring Earth flat too.
By doing so,
well, they're measuring it not spherical.
Because it makes me better than you by doing so. That's why.
That's true too, but then again, they're not talking about how Earth is flat. They're talking about how it's not spherical too. That's a major thing. Even that guy said it. He said, "Hey, it could be anything. It could be a triangle, right? A flat is not. It's an aspect. It's not even a shape."
Could be a turtle or a roast chicken.
It could be flat planes all the way down. You know.
It is.
There
flat
you go.
planes
Now
all the way
you're
down.
on track. There you go.
What's below the flat plane that we dwell atop and take measurements from? What's a flat plane? Well, what's below that? Oh, it's flat planes all the way down. Is that wrong?
It's a quote from some elderly lady. She was also asked how she remained so youthful looking, and she said that she'd only got one wrinkle and she was sitting on it. I'll look it up. I'll look up the lady that said it's turtles all the way down. Hold on a second. It was definitely a woman. Talk amongst yourselves.
But that's put forward as an argument, right? Is to say what's below the flat plane you believe in.
Absolutely, of course.
Right? And if you don't know what's below the flat plane that you believe in, then it's not a flat plane because you don't know what's below it.
Okay, I'm going to make this clear, and hopefully this deals with the situation. Unless Nathan says otherwise, it's Nathan's show.
What?
There seems to be a couple of people that are trying to ban Eddie Bear and Bev. Do you want them banned, Nathan? Or because what I understand is Rob Noxious, he constantly says you beat your kids, so he'll never come back. But you didn't think that these guys were banned, but they were. So now that they're coming off being banned, there's people in Discord complaining about it, like Harp and the Viking. Why? He hasn't come in. He hasn't caused any problem.
I literally don't care.
You don't care. See, that's my position. That's what I said. Nathan don't care. He's not saying, no, do not let them in here. He said he does not care. So if Divergent Droid takes them off the ban list and they can come on, then it has nothing to do with the Viking or Harp. Just deal with it.
Well, see, the thing is, it's not Nathan's server. The reason they're banned probably has to do with something they did while one of Divergent Droid's mods.
No. You're banned because we thought that Nathan wanted them banned. It has nothing to do with DD and the server. It's this show.
I mean, nobody asked me. I don't recall anybody ever asking me about any bans ever, in fact.
Well, the other day we discussed it, right? And I asked, and then I sent them a message. It said Nathan said he doesn't care. So if he hasn't said anything derogatory about Nathan and his family, he's just talking about arguing flat Earth, then why is he banned?
Yeah, whoever wants to go into the server can go into the server. It's not mine.
Right. And if Divergent Droid is only banning him because he thinks Nathan wants him to be banned, then that's not a good reason because Nathan doesn't want him to be banned.
That's correct. And we got that cleared up, and now got Harp and the Viking, who I don't know. The Viking supposedly has a model or something. I'd like to hear about this flat Earth model you got. Find out about this ether and free energy. especially now.
Well, I'm not going to say it's impossible to model the entire Earth, but it would be impossible to say that that's what you stand upon, because then that would be a reification.
Yes.
I think it's impossible. I believe it's impossible to model the Earth. That's just my opinion, though. I might be wrong.
Hello, we'd have to freaking have access to every part of it to model it. To make any representation of what we're standing on, we need access to the entirety of it. And if the scriptures say that it's an impossibility, then it's an impossibility.
Well, it does seem to be impossible to have access to the entirety of it, because we don't even know the boundary conditions that exist.
Exactly. What the hell do we know? We're given this area, this sea level area, as one deck says, and we're to build on it and construct on it and procreate, right? And make happy, live a good life, right? Okay, great. We don't know what's out there. We don't know what's beyond certain points. We were told we have the globe, and this is the globe we live on. That's what we're taught in school. Now we come to an understanding that that's an impossibility because it measures flat. Now we're in this predicament here. So because they have a supposed globe model, which I know they don't, we have to come up with a flat Earth model? Or flat Earth maps? Well, all maps are flat, and all models are reification. So what are we talking about here?
The globe model is based on flat measurements. So if you really wanted to say, oh well, I'm more than happy to use your model, it also affirms how flat Earth gets measured. It's not perfect. It's based on flat measurements.
Yeah, that's the globe model is when you distort the planar measurements, 20 degrees above the horizon, and make them conform to a dome. Then you can make a globe with it by denying axioms and such.
I think that Viking guy's actually in Discord.
That's why I freaking said what I said.
Do you have a new model, the Viking?
I would be interested in seeing it.
Yeah, I'm mildly intrigued also.
We don't bite. Come on.
We've spoken to the Viking before. We know him, right?
He's said a couple of words. Well, he said most of the time he's in chat because he can't talk. But being challenged here, buddy, he claims that you got ether claims and model claims, and I don't know. Just wondering. It's fine. Listen, I'm right behind you with ether because right now, by 4 o'clock, I'm getting shut down. So if you can produce free energy, I'm right behind you, Viking.
I mean, we don't have to challenge it. I mean, we can, what is that? Where you vet, we can vet the information, but that doesn't necessarily mean we're challenging him.
Exactly. I'm there. Listen, I'm there with all support. I'm your guy. I'm backing you up. Tell me about this ether and how it could produce free energy because Neil Cosentino needs it.
And if there's a way to overcome the second law of thermodynamics, I would very much be interested in seeing that.
Oh boy. They ain't gonna come off moot. Forget about it, guys. It's a useless endeavor. Now I'm stuck in a predicament. I don't know what to freaking charge these people. Now, do you think, Refractors, as you're in a business too, and you know that type of work I do, is it safe to go in there and just charge them by a daily rate?
Charge who?
The guy that my brother sent me a text if I'm interested in doing a side job, which is 900 square feet of carpet, which that's 12 times 900 square feet, 12 times 900 divided by 9. That would be the yardage. I think. Did I forget how to do yardage?
Yeah, but you'd have to look at it to see how much work you actually have to put in.
Yeah, that's what I'm doing. That's what I'm doing in a few minutes. So I think my safest bet is to look at it and just do it by the day. So say if it takes me he's got 2 apartments I'm thinking that need to be painted so you can turn them over. So I break it down to how many days I think I could get it done with my son helping me. All right. And then just
Neil, how long do you average installing in per square foot?
How what?
Have you ever taken the amount of work that you do and averaged it over a 30-day period to get an average amount of carpet installed?
No, because that's pieceworking. You can do it that way. That's pieceworking, and you're working by how much you install. That's a young man's game, buddy. Pieceworking. My best bet.
No, I ain't suggesting you do it that way. I'm talking about as far as a hard money bid goes.
Yeah, it should be. You should be getting paid freaking $12 a square yard. That's what you should be getting paid. What is it at? What is it at? Since 1980s, $350 a square yard. Maybe people are getting $450 and $550 a square yard, but yeah, you got to kill yourself to get that.
Does anybody know who?
Well, that's not even including your material and everything else, right? Because you're going to have to mark up your material.
No, I don't get material. They got to supply everything. I'm just a labor shop.
Well, then you give them just a flat rate depending upon your labor and how long it takes you. Like I said, you're going to need to know your average.
I'm going to be there daily.
Sorry, does anybody know who Dr. Flatporn is? I don't think that's a familiar name to me. Hello, Dr. Flatporn.
Yeah, I've seen him before.
Okay.
Well,
I haven't heard him, but I've seen him.
It's always nice to hear a new perspective that's irrelevant, just like ours is, you know.
Well, what we're trying to do is get Discord involved. It's like we don't hear from them. We get a hello, barely get a good morning from a couple of them, and then the rest is mum's the word. Now, here, I'm a very superstitious guy, and I'm very concerned about what just happened to me. Now, you guys know I'm a New York Knicks fan, basketball, right? Well, they happen to be in the title right now. They're playing the last 2 teams standing are the New York Knicks and the San Antonio Spurs. Now, the Knicks just beat the Spurs 2 times in their building, and tonight it goes to Madison Square Garden. And I just got a phone call from someone in San Antonio. What the freak is that about? And guess who's going to get blamed if the Knicks lose tonight?
I have no idea what you're babbling about.
President Trump. Because he was invited by the owner to sit and watch the game. And now everybody's blaming. If they lose tonight, Donald Trump's going to get blamed.
Okie dokie.
So you had a phone call from Donald Trump?
No.
Amazing.
Definitely not.
Listen to me.
No, I'm going to round out. On that note, a huge, massive, enormous thank you to both Discord and G Plus panels for making today's after show possible. And of course, a massive thank you to all of you for liking, commenting, sharing, subscribing, joining as a Nathan Oakley 1980 channel member and all that good stuff. as I said, in the live and after show. If you do have the means to support me via the PayPal or Ko-Fi links, please do so. Don't stand on ceremony, as it is exactly that keeps this channel alive. Once again, another massive thank you to the Discord and G+ panels for making today's after show possible. I've been Nathan Oakley, and I will see you all in the next video.
But when you measure it flat, it contradicts that. I'm spitting flat facts and that. And I know you don't like that. Google Maps is flat, it presents elevation profiles like that. I'm a spitting flat earth king. Sentence has a ring, doing my own thing. If earth was a big roast chicken, factually finger licking chicken, we just got the measurements missing. I'm spitting eggs and begs, begging the question lesson. I've said it before, time after time. I'm the spitting flat earth king of rhyme.